Trail Map to Retirement Planning, a snowboarder and skier's guide to investment strategies. Written by Tom Miller. Narrated by Jimmy Moreland. Introduction. I love skiing and snowboarding, and I also love skiers and snowboarders. If you love skiing and snowboarding like I do, you want to balance your priceless resources such as your time, energy, health, and wealth to enjoy the sport you love so much for as long as possible. Hi, I'm Tom Miller, and you can think of me as your guide to the backcountry of investing and this book as your trail map. I hope that you can enjoy the financial future you and your family deserve. My parents enjoyed skiing at several resorts around their Rocky Mountain, Colorado home before they entered their second careers in the financial services industry. I've been blessed with loving parents who taught me how to ski, and I have so many happy memories of time on the slopes with my family. I followed my parents' footsteps into the financial services industry, and I am proud to call Colorado home. I've taken decades of experience and laid it all out in this book so that it's easily digestible and inspires you to create a plan for your future. There could be many reasons why you've come across this book, but one might be that you want to learn more about the ins and outs of investing and retirement. Like getting on and off the chairlift for your first time, and the thoughts of embarrassing yourself or getting injured, retirement can feel scary, and investing may seem risky and overwhelming. As you built your track record of successful lift rides, the experience became less frightening and even enjoyable. You discovered ways to reduce the risks associated with getting on and off the lift. You've gained more experience and are now more confident overall. Similarly, experience, preparation, and planning can help reduce the stresses and risks surrounding retirement. Many of my family members and snowboarder and skier friends struggled mentally, financially, and physically with the challenges of an early retirement from their careers and retirement from the winter sport they loved. I've witnessed professional freestyle skiers and snowboarders cut their career short due to injury, not having enough money to pay for travel, or several other reasons. Major lifestyle changes like that meant they were spending far less than their desired time on the slopes, if any at all. So many, myself included, have had to give up on their most cherished fantasies of indestructible bodies and endless consecutive powder day lives in the mountains. And sometimes we've invested so much in that life. It's a slap in the face from reality, walking away at least for some period from the ski and snowboard world that they love so much. Can you imagine going from being a rock star on the hill to possibly having to take a boring, dead-end job? You might experience the fear of reaching the end of the road of an adventurous lifestyle. In that situation, would you be able to keep your faith that you'd someday check off your bucket list and visit the destinations you once dreamed of, riding bottomless powder, snowmobiling, heli-skiing, or simply spending more time on the slopes with friends and family? If you lived out and experienced your current bucket list, would your new bucket list expand to even more fulfilling adventures? Throughout my lifetime, I've watched many friends, family, and clients face the challenges presented in a forced early retirement. They've found the support, ideas, and solutions I'm sharing in this book to be helpful during their most intense transitional and transformational phases of life. And they've found relief from the stresses and anxiety of retirement planning through a process of goal setting, retirement income planning, and investment strategy building. Visualizing your retirement goals is an important starting point so you can begin your journey with a solid foundation of what you want to achieve. Think of it like studying a trail map of a resort where you're a first-time visitor and want to get to a specific area of the mountain. It's important to imagine where your paychecks will come from if you are no longer working, what you would absolutely love to do during your retirement, and what a successful retirement means to you. The following exercise can help you align your internal compass as you set out on the trail toward your retirement destination. Completing this critical exercise defines the direction that will help you achieve your retirement goals in the most efficient way possible. Imagine your retirement lifestyle. Take the time to do this quick exercise, and you'll likely experience some immediate revelations and a stronger vision for your retirement years. In as much detail as possible, take at least 3 minutes right now to imagine that you have an easy, loving, and successful retirement life. Repeat this mental exercise tomorrow for at least 5 minutes. Repeat the exercise the day after tomorrow for at least 7 minutes. Your goal is to add a couple minutes each day until you eventually build your way up to feeling, seeing, hearing, tasting, touching, and mentally experiencing every small detail of your easy and successful retirement life full of love for a full 15 minutes. If you wish to go longer than 15 minutes with this mental exercise, then go longer. Rinse and repeat for 15 minutes or less in any 24 hours until you establish a crystal clear vision of what you would love to do in retirement. Here are some questions to ask yourself before you imagine what your retirement life could be. What hobbies do you want to take up or continue in retirement? Do you want to travel to resorts around the USA in your RV? Do you want to continue to educate yourself or go back to school? Do you want to take up a fun job like becoming a ski or snowboard instructor? Do you want to help out at your church or a charity more? Do you want to spend as much time as you can with your kids and grandkids? Take time to write down what you envision for your retirement lifestyle with as many details as possible. How this book can help. There are many things to consider when planning for retirement, leaving many people without any idea where to start. Think of me as your retirement and investment strategy planning private instructor and guide to the backcountry. I'll be sharing and applying my years of wisdom, as well as what I've learned from the distinguished wisdom of my parents, to help you lay out a clear plan and understand the foundational considerations for your retirement years. This book is divided into 18 lessons and a bonus lesson full of practical insights from your trusty backcountry guide. I've written in a way to hopefully inspire your informed decision-making moving forward, and I occasionally challenge you to consider where you truly are and remind you often to reference where you want to go. So keep your retirement vision near while reading and review the chapter summaries whenever you need. Of course, you can try to figure it out for yourself, as many people do, but having a guide who understands where you currently are in your retirement journey will help make it easier and faster for you to reach your goals. Similar to preparing to unload at the top of a chairlift, where a friendly reminder sign reads, "Keep your tips up," my friendly chin-up reminder is, don't fear the unknowns of investing and retirement. Plan for it. Lesson 1. Start here. What do you value most? Your retirement is about you. Your retirement is an open opportunity to permit yourself to have fun. Your retirement is an exciting time to focus on what matters most to you. Here are my recommendations on where to begin outlining your goals for what I call your legacy plan for retirement. Number 1. Think about your values and what matters most to you. 2. Determine your purpose before creating your goals. 3. Take a look at how you spend your time and money. 4. Write out your legacy for future generations. Now, let's dive into the details of each step. Number 1. Think about your values and what matters most to you. What do you enjoy? What inspires you? Your list of what matters most to you should include your personal feelings, as well as the most important lessons and experiences you have had surrounding honor, faith, education, health, wealth, fun times with family and friends, spiritual growth, and supporting your community. Take time to think about and write down your values, including your philosophy, how you think about the world, psychology, how you behave in stressful situations, physical health, what you do to take care of your health, vocation, what career or job you like or dislike, social beliefs, which social groups you belong to or the kind of people you generally hang around, spiritual beliefs, what you believe in, financial knowledge, what your financial strategy, outlook on wealth, and personal money philosophy are. Family, what family means to you and how you were raised. Relationships, what your best relationships are like and what friendship means to you. Love, how you perceive romantic relationships. Priorities, what you make time for in your life. Number 2. Determine your purpose before creating your goals. Answer the questions: what is your true purpose? What do you love to do? These questions will help you identify goals that align with your purpose and select investments based on your values. Here is a 3-step process template to align your actions with your values. Fill in the second part of each sentence starter. Number 1. Because I value A, B, and C. Number 2. I will use my skills in D, E, and F. Number 3. To positively impact X, Y, and Z. Here are some examples. Number 1. Because I value family, friends, education, the mountains, outdoors, snowboarding, and having fun while enjoying the time I have on this planet. Number 2. I will use my skills in teaching, coaching, and strategy building. Number 3. To positively impact my clients, family, friends, and myself, including my fellow skiers and snowboarders, pinball enthusiasts, businesses, charities, and the friends I have met by participating in the hobbies I love. I will be the light as the caretaker and shepherd of their finances and well-being while I am in this life and beyond, so that they will also master their own finances and enjoy their journeys. Number 3. Take a look at how you spend your time and money. When you are working to create your retirement legacy plan, it's important to look at what the majority of your time and money is spent on. Priceless resources such as your time and your energy, as well as your material resources such as your money, property, vehicles, and valuables should be considered. Actions speak louder than words. If your top value is good physical health, how much time do you actually spend exercising, eating well, and practicing healthy habits? You may know someone who says one thing and does another. A quick way to reveal what is truly most important to you is to answer this question. What does your routine truly consist of when you have time to yourself? You may discover that your actions during your time off truly indicate what is most important to you. You may find an abundance of energy and even tremendous organization to whatever your favorite routine consists of. Remember that you'll likely have years of retirement when you are not employed. Aligning with what you want to spend your time, energy, and money on during retirement is important to help you progress toward your goals. Number 4. Write out your legacy for future generations. Now that you've determined your values and goals, it's time to document your memories and lessons you've learned so you can pass on your wisdom. It's important to take the time to write down what's important to you to help solidify and organize your thoughts. That way, you can hold yourself accountable. In addition to family trees, photo albums, and videos, a great way to teach future generations about yourself is to write a letter to your beneficiaries, family, friends, and community. Intend your letter to be a loving gift, not a last word in an argument that no one can contest when you are gone. Make sure you are not filling this letter with resentment or bitterness or regrets. Instead, you should tell your loved ones why they are important to you. Your letter should be positive and joyful, inspiring hope. Take the time to sit down and write out at least 10 to 20 of the most important things you'd like your family and friends to know about you and what they mean to you. You can do this in a self-interview format. Just make sure they know where to find it after you pass if you can't share it with them while you are alive. To help you write this letter, I have included an outline with over 20 example questions about this topic to get you started. Feel free to answer as many of these sample questions as you wish, or create your own questions. Dear, insert family, friends, community, and beneficiaries, I have written this letter to provide you with general background and fun facts about me that I wanted you to know. I've written in question-answer format to explain why I answered the way I did, and so you could use the questions yourself to ask and teach your loved ones about your perspectives and priorities. What do you enjoy in your free time? What is important to you spiritually? What career did you choose? What education level did you achieve? What do you consider your hometown? What are your hobbies and interests? What are your favorite restaurants for family gatherings? What are your favorite sports teams? What are your favorite types of entertainment? What is your favorite music? What people were most influential to you as a child? What events were most influential to you as you grew up? What services or companies are most beneficial to you? What charities do you support? What are those charities' mission statements? What are the 3 most important things you could give to your child? What counsel do you most respect? Who provides you with your best counsel? Did your parents help with your financial affairs? How did you achieve your financial goals? What investment strategies worked for you? What are your greatest accomplishments? Sincerely, your name. My family and I did this letter-writing activity together. We read the answers to one another, and it was an amazing and informative bonding experience. In fact, my family and I completed this activity just 14 months before my dad passed away somewhat unexpectedly at the age of 72 during his battle with Alzheimer's disease. I'm thankful and found tremendous comfort in this process despite the hard times. You do not know exactly what tomorrow may bring, so share your letter with your most trusted friends and family as soon as you have completed it. Repeat the letter-writing exercise every few years and compare your old answers to your current answers. It helps you track and note your professional and personal growth so that you can adjust your plan if your goals change. Summary. Take some time to think about your values and the legacy you want to leave for future generations. Write a letter using the prompts I gave you and discuss with family and friends while you're alive to make sure your life and traditions live on. Lesson 2. How to create, cherish, and continue memorable traditions. Now that you have documented your values, goals, and self-interview letter to your family, community, and friends, it's time to implement your retirement legacy by taking the action of creating and/or upholding fun traditions. Traditions create memorable moments that shape your legacy and story. Many of my friends discovered and nurtured their love of skiing and snowboarding during annual winter vacations with their families. These trips became some of their fondest memories that they now consider to be priceless. Memorable times with your loved ones are typically the traditions you follow year after year, and they hold special significance. Such times should be things that you find so exciting that it's difficult to wait for the event to arrive. Building long-lasting memories and traditions can be especially important for children to look forward to as they grow older and have their own families. Teach future generations the story behind a tradition to solidify family culture. Traditions can be as simple as a weekly phone call, a special birthday celebration, a game you like to play, or a walk in a certain park together. Traditions can also obviously require more planning, such as a festive meal, a summer vacation, or a holiday with family. Asking family members about heritage can uncover traditions you might not know about. However you choose to uphold and preserve a tradition, make sure to document the activity with photos, video, or writing, and do your best to make sure the tradition is not only memorable but repeatable. The longer a tradition can be maintained, the more memorable it becomes. The traditional first chair on opening day ceremony. When I turned 16 and got my driver's license, a handful of snowboard friends and I began an annual tradition that has been named First Chair. The tradition includes being the first to ride the chairlift when the resort opens at the beginning of the season. That typically occurs in October for resorts near my home in Summit County, Colorado. It's a tradition we still carry on to this day. To earn the honor of being the first to ride the chairlift, we arrive at the resort early to secure our spot in line. Like, super early, bro, as if to catch the most epic surf wave of the morning. We often get there before the sun comes up. But there have been a few times that we've arrived days early. It's a game of musical chairs we like to play with other locals, and one that we've won on many occasions. Since the event is weather-dependent, our longest official wait in line was 10 days in 1999. Our shortest wait was less than 1 hour in the year 2019. This annual outing is not just some fun activity. It cultivated important relationships and lifelong friendships. The handful of fellow die-hard skiers and snowboarders who share our excitement for the new season have grown into a group of over 30 friends that we call the First Chair family. It really feels like a family reunion to gather and celebrate as we pass the time while waiting for the lift to open. We share stories about past opening days, adventures of previous seasons, epic powder days, and hopes and plans for the coming season. Just as holiday parties occur throughout December, the fresh season celebrations and rituals happen in the month leading up to opening day. When opening day arrives, chairs go around and around on the bull wheel on the lift while music plays from a live band or DJ. Skiers and snowboarders often travel long distances and flock by the hundreds, forming the lift line while new season resolutions are made and snow dances are performed in hopes that Mother Nature will bless us with great snow conditions. Like the excitement leading up to the clock striking midnight on New Year's Eve, the anticipation of the resort officially opening for the season and taking our first turns is one of the things I look forward to most each year. I've had the great honor to share the first chair of the season with many legends of the skiing and snowboarding community. But the undisputed king of the first chair is a snowboarder named Nate Dogg, spelled with 4 G's to avoid being confused with the late great American singer, rapper, and songwriter known professionally as Nate Dogg. Nate Dogg appeared in the AOD, Army of Darkness snowboard film series that had a cult-like following. He's been featured in snowboard magazines, on news broadcasts, podcasts, and video games, and he even has his own pro model snowboard. Nate could fill a museum with his collection of valuable antique snowboards. He could also be a tour guide in that museum with his encyclopedic knowledge not only of the snowboards themselves, but also of the snowboard scene, culture, and industry. The question Nate Dogg is asked most regarding his record-shattering consecutive first chair on opening day streak is, why do you do it? Nate's answer? For fun. It's something you can tell the grandkids. Sometimes on opening day, if the news reporters have time to ask me the same question after getting sound bites from the infamous snowboarder Mr. Dog, my answer is often something to the effect of, I love snowboarding and spending time with others who love skiing and snowboarding. Summary. Teach future generations the story behind your family traditions to solidify culture, preserve family stories, and let others know what you want them to carry on when you're gone. Ask past generations about traditions and create new ones along the way. Your traditions will shape your legacy and your retirement years. Lesson 3. How to balance risk and reward. What would your life have been like if you had retired in the year 1999? Like my dad? The U.S. stock market, as measured by the S&P 500, would have been at a high level at the time you retired, but you would have almost immediately experienced the stock market crash now referred to as the burst of the dot-com bubble. Shortly after the dot-com bubble burst, 9/11 happened. In this hypothetical situation, that means the stock market would have gone down hard and fast for the first 2 years of your retirement. You would have had to wait approximately 7 years for the stock market to get back to even, i.e., the level it was in 1999. But as soon as it got back to even, you would have experienced another, even more devastating stock market crash, the one now referred to as the financial panic or housing crisis or Great Recession of 2008. Then you would have had to wait another 6 years for the market to get back to where it was way back in 1999. Basically, for the first 13 years of your retirement, you would have seen the stock market essentially make no progress, mostly due to 2 major crashes. So you would have needed to eat during those 13 years, and you may have needed to spend some money out of your retirement savings during that time. This scenario may make you second-guess even putting money into an investment account in the first place. Take a deep breath. And, as my mom would say, now take another one. You see, my dad's investments actually grew a little bit, even though he was pulling some income from his retirement investments. Are you wondering how his accounts could still grow while providing income for our family and despite 2 crashes in the early years of his retirement from his career job? Let's look at some advice from my dad and mom. Thoughts from my dad. Besides cash flow help from income he earned during his second career, my dad's basic investment strategy went something like this. I would like you to know an important but simple secret to retirement planning that really helped me. I believe that you can greatly improve your chances to retire successfully if your retirement strategy does the following 4 things. Number 1. Plan where your income will come from in retirement. 2. Plan for fluctuations in the stock market and economy. 3. Plan for rising taxes and changes in the tax code. 4. Plan for the cost of everything you have to buy throughout your retirement to go up over time. Did you notice a theme in my dad's advice? Planning was what undoubtedly helped him still provide for our family and not be overly stressed about his money during that time. In this book, I go into precise detail about how planning for various scenarios and looking at the whole picture can lead you to an optimal retirement scenario, no matter what happens with the stock market. Do you believe you can absolutely still retire comfortably and not fear losing your assets in the process if you have guidance, mental toughness, and determination? I believe that you can. Thoughts from my mom. It would be difficult to reassure you of the power of guidance, resilience, and tenacity better than my mom when it comes to your retirement strategies. Welcome to your opportunity to create wealth and to retire successfully by creating an investment strategy. A positive attitude about the outlook of your future during the challenging times in your life will serve you well as you plan your financial future. Your positive attitude and willingness to have an open mind as you read this book are important as you search for multiple tools and techniques to create your investment strategy. Having a strategy for your retirement is beneficial on so many levels. Think of your retirement journey as if you're planning for a ski vacation and your days on the mountain. You'll look at a trail map and strategize how to make the most out of your trip, arranging travel and lodging and meal planning accordingly. Retirement should not be an afterthought. Planning is key. Would it help you to build a personalized investment strategy and provide income for your retirement? I'm guessing that's a yes if you've picked up this book. And you might be wondering what sources of income are available to you in retirement and how to begin planning altogether. There are many possible income sources you should consider. Make a current list of any passive income sources, those that provide income to you even while you sleep or are on vacation, that you think you'll have available in retirement. This could include Social Security, pension, rental real estate, interest or dividend payments, etc. Then add up the total income they can produce. If you plan broadly across a few key categories, you will be more likely to retire comfortably. When you use the knowledge in this book to your advantage, you'll see that the advice provided here is worth its weight in gold. Summary. Build a solid investment strategy and plan well in advance of your retirement. Make a list of income sources you plan to have in retirement. Understand where your income will come from and consider economic fluctuations, rising taxes, and costs of living. Lesson 4. Determining your retirement lifestyle. I believe it's rewarding and important to determine your lifestyle before you attempt to figure out how to fund it. Think lifestyle, then funding, in that order as you plan your retirement. These guiding questions can help you determine your retirement lifestyle. Number 1. Do you still plan to work part-time? 2. Where will you live when you retire? 3. How much will you travel? 4. What income sources will you have? 5. Can you make your retirement income last 30 years without feeling stressed? My family's retirement experiences. When I was a child, my grandparents lived in a small town called Sandwich, population of about 6,000, next to Plano, Illinois, home of the Plano Molding Company factory. My grandparents did not work at the factory in Plano, but they did live on a farm. My grandfather, Oliver, was a farmer, and my grandmother was part owner of an insurance business. My grandmother, Dorothy, was thin and had gray, curly hair. She was adorable. If you were talking to my grandmother and you had never heard of the town of Sandwich before, she would say, "Spelled just like the sandwich you eat." When I was 10 years old, my grandparents took me on a tour of the Plano Molding Factory. I was amazed by the process of turning plastic material into durable outdoor goods and the beauty product organizers called caboodles. This is just one of many examples of how my grandparents helped me experience new things and shared much of their wisdom about life and finances. Just as you can learn from my parents' retirement experience, there are important lessons you can take from my grandparents as well. For example, my grandmother retired 3 times. She decided to retire at age 55 because her partner in the insurance business died suddenly of a heart attack at an early age. So my grandmother retired in her 50s, again in her 60s, and for the last time in her 70s. My grandma's motto and advice is, retire early and often. I tell you this because retirement doesn't always mean that you completely stop working. You might continue to work part-time, perhaps for additional income, or stay busy and feel useful. Some retirees decide to continue working because it gives them purpose. Even though financially they no longer have to work, it can actually keep retirees feeling healthier and happier if they are adding value somewhere instead of twiddling their thumbs on the couch all day. Some people find working in retirement very enjoyable. Thoughts from my grandmother before she first retired. My partner died suddenly, so it's time to turn his part of the business over to the people we've been training to do his job. It's not the same with my partner gone. This feels like a good time for me to retire. Before my grandmother retired for the first time, she had regular interactions and connections with many people in the town and community due to her line of work. She found that when she quit working, she really missed all of the social interaction. Reframing the idea of retirement. Studies say the average person spends 90,000 hours, or 1/3 of their life, working, and when you retire, you are faced with the question of how to fill that time. You may not think that filling your time will be any problem at all, but for my grandparents, it was. Of course, there might be some people you work with who you might not care to ever see again. But you've likely made some good friends during your working career, and you'll miss your daily connections with them. When my grandfather was in retirement, I often spoke with him on the phone and would ask, "Hey, Grandpa, what have you been doing?" His reply, "Well, Tom, you can only clean the garage so many times." The point is, retirement is like having 6 Saturdays a week and 1 Sunday. You have every day off and a lot more time on your hands. It's like having nonstop recess at school, which might be a dream to some. For others, though, it might feel like torture, especially if your identity and sense of belonging have come from your career and your work. An old retirement joke is that your company gives you a nice gold watch at your retirement party, when being punctual no longer really matters. I share all of this to make the point that you need a clear understanding of yourself and your vision for retirement, so you can plan in a way that optimizes your retirement experience. My grandmother's thoughts after being retired for about a year for the first time. I never thought I would feel this way, but I'm not sure what to do with all this time on my hands. The people who filled my partner's shoes at work are not as experienced as my partner was before he passed away, and the business I had worked hard to help build seems to be heading downhill. I am still part owner in the business, so I think I will go back to work for a while and at least save my share of the business, build it up again so it can run smoothly without me being there 24 hours a day and 7 days a week. Besides, my community needs me. The folks I help in my line of work tell me they miss me and desperately need my help again, and I will earn income while enjoying helping them. So my grandmother went back to work until she retired again at age 65. Here are her thoughts when she retired for the second time. I'm 65 now. I'm a bit more experienced with retirement in general, and my husband is 70 years old and retiring from farming this year. My work teammates have more experience now, and the business can maintain and even grow without me being there just like I wanted. This is a good time for me to retire. So, my grandmother retired again. At that time, I would often hear my grandmother say, "I have to get out of the house." You might think of retirement as an extended vacation, but be aware my dad had an uncle who did nothing but sit on his front porch in his rocking chair when he retired, and that uncle died a few months later. Our family speculated that he died because he slowed down way too much. He lost his purpose for living. My family and I believe that just like exercising can keep your mind and body healthy, staying engaged and active with work-like activities in retirement can keep you healthy as well. I think most retirees find they get bored spending an extra 8 to 10 hours a day at home and want to be doing something to contribute to the community and make a fulfilling difference with their days. I know part of my grandmother going back to work that second time was her strong work ethic. It was hard for her to slow down her usually very busy and active pace. My grandmother also worked in the insurance business, and therefore she was familiar with the life expectancy charts and tables. The life expectancy at that time was roughly age 85. As a result, my grandmother thought, if I retire at age 65 and I live to be age 85, that's 20 years. But women on my side of the family tend to live into their 90s, so I might be retired for 30 years. It's important for you to stop and think about that 30-year time frame like my grandmother did. 30 years is a good amount of time to consider being out of work. You may need many hobbies and income sources if you have 30 years or more to spend in retirement. Is it possible that you will be in retirement for 30 years or more? If so, you will need to consider how much income you will need to fund those 30 years and what you want to do during that time. Thoughts from my dad. Think of retirement as a 30-year chunk of time. Remember, you should be planning for 30 years or more in retirement. With 30 years or more in retirement, the question becomes, what will be your sources of income during your retirement years? You could consider opening your own business, like I have done, or you could start a new career. Perhaps you already have sources of income in place for your retirement years. You may be offered nice pay to consult for your old line of work after you retire. Still, my dad's advice, after he spent 30 years working for a utility company, is to think twice before accepting those consulting offers, especially if part of the reason you wanted to retire in the first place is that you are burned out on that line of work. If you are going to work in retirement, you may want to consider picking something fun, like a job at a local hardware or antique store, market, ski resort, golf course, or something you always thought was interesting and wanted to know more about. If you're in a good spot income-wise and you're just bored, you may consider volunteering at a church, for a charity, or helping family and friends. When my grandmother was in her 80s, she would still volunteer at her local church. She'd say, to help out the old folks. For many reasons, you want to keep doing whatever you desire most and whatever keeps you active and healthy. In my family, those desired activities include education, travel, sports, recreation, and hobbies. What do you enjoy? After my grandfather died, my grandmother continued living in Illinois while my mother, father, sister, and I remained in Colorado. She finally retired for good when she was 70, and she remained retired successfully. She was able to remain successfully retired for a variety of reasons. She had a good understanding of her finances and was disciplined about tracking her spending. She felt like she was not getting any younger and wanted to enjoy more family vacations and travel while she was healthy. For the third and final time she decided to retire, she thought, I need to start having some fun and take more vacations. I am thankful to have many fond memories of my grandmother's vacations because they mostly involved spending time with my family taking trips to Lake Powell, Utah. You too may envision retirement as pursuing your recreation and travel plans or hobbies. For me, it's being able to snowboard and be outdoors as much as possible, produce films and take more photographs, and also participate in one of my favorite hobbies, pinball. Thoughts from my mom. You need to do those fun things that you've always wanted to do while you are young and healthy enough to still be able to do them. It's also important to take a break, check off your bucket list, get your head clear, and get your body healthy if you plan to return to work. That way, you will be refreshed and in the right headspace if you re-enter the workforce. Potential retirement fears. My grandparents and their generation were greatly affected financially and mentally by the devastating economic slowdown called the Great Depression. Many of my family members died in World War II, and struggling through the Depression and World War II taught my grandparents 2 life lessons, which they passed on to my dad. You may have been taught these lessons as well. 1. Work hard, and 2. Save money for a... If you know how to finish that sentence, you learned the same lesson that my dad did. If not, the sentence is, work hard and save money for a rainy day. If you were a stay-at-home parent and lost your spouse during World War II, you may have been forced to enter or return to the workforce for the first time and become the breadwinner to support your family. Because money and resources were extremely tight during the Depression, if you worked hard, there was a better chance of keeping your job, and if you could keep your job, your family could survive. Instead of common household items being tossed out with the garbage, my grandparents either recycled those items somehow or stored them in some way. For example, my grandmother kept glass jars filled with buttons for clothing. She would say, "You know, I prefer zippers over buttons because buttons are just too expensive to replace." If you ever needed to replace a button, there was a good chance my grandmother would have the right size and color replacement button in her collection, so it came in handy from time to time. But if you saw the contents of all the jars in my grandmother's basement, you may have thought she was a borderline hoarder. I tell you this because when my dad retired for the first time, he struggled with what he would call mental baggage, meaning leftover psychology from the teachings of his parents and his grandparents after what they lived through. And you may share similar concerns and worries when you retire. If you've worked hard for your entire life and saved for a rainy day, then you've likely reaped the benefits of those lessons up to this point in your life. You may think that retirement means the opposite of what you have learned and lived by during your entire lifetime. Thoughts from my dad. In retirement, you are faced with 2 perhaps unfamiliar concepts: quit work and spend money. That can be very frightening. Retirement can be a very scary thing indeed, like standing on a high dive and not knowing if the water is 10 feet or 10 inches deep. I understand if you are scared by the thought of retirement, and if you mentally struggle with the concept like my dad and many of my clients, friends, and family do. Yet many folks have retired successfully, and many decide to retire and play hard every day. So remember, you are not alone out there in retirement land. One of my retired clients told me, "When I first retired, I was scared to death that I was doing the wrong thing, but then I found out retirement isn't so bad." Even my wealthiest clients are fearful they will run out of money in their lifetimes if they quit work and spend money. To help cope with this fear, you might be able to ease into retirement by working half-time instead of full-time, and then quarter-time instead of half-time. That is, of course, if your job structure will allow it. If you own your own business, working part-time can be difficult, but even if you are self-employed, it can be helpful to reduce your workload and practice for retirement while you're still working. Planning for retirement can also help reduce your retirement anxiety. Getting in front of the cart. My grandparents loved to go antiquing during their retirement. With an old, slightly rusty metal toy bank they found, my grandfather showed me how to put a coin in a trick dog's mouth, push a button, and watch the dog jump through a hoop and deposit the coin into a barrel. Doing this with any spare change I could find would help save money over time. I wanted to gather coins just so I could feed them into the mechanical dog bank. It made saving fun. My other favorite toy in my grandparents' antique metal toy collection is a toy horse and buggy cart. It is a brown horse pulling a dark red buggy with bright yellow wheels. As a child, I'd pretend I was driving the cart, and I would push the metal toy buggy cart around on the floor in my grandparents' home. I still remember the metal-on-metal squeaking sound it would make as the wheels turned. When my dad and I teach our retirement planning class, we do a little show and tell of my grandparents' horse and buggy toy cart, which we inherited, because it sums up an important retirement planning concept. The concept is that you want to get the horse in front of the cart. The horse represents the lifestyle you want to live in retirement, and the cart represents how to fund your lifestyle. In other words, the horse is what you want to do in retirement, and the cart is where the income comes from to allow you to fulfill your dreams. Let me give you some examples of retirement goals and priorities that I hear from my clients. These goals do not necessarily cost a lot of money, and they are goals that my clients might be able to begin checking off their list even before they retire. Here are a few. I want to spend more time with my friends and family. I want to read more books. I want to ski during weekdays instead of just weekends. I want to do some volunteer work or help out my community. I want to be more spiritually active. I want to be able to live a healthier lifestyle. I want to be able to sleep in or take a nap in the afternoon if I feel like it. I want to do more fishing or scrapbooking or golf or snowboarding or quilting. Write down how much you think the types of activities you want to do in retirement will cost you on average per year. Then work your projected spending amount into your retirement calculations so you can enjoy your retirement to the fullest. Then create an ideal schedule for yourself. Make a plan for your day, week, month, or year. In our careers, we generally have a schedule and a calendar, so it's a good idea to keep that habit going to determine what your ideal retirement schedule looks like. If your retirement schedule is filled with vacations or spending time with grandkids, you may find having those activities in your schedule gives you something to look forward to, and this can improve your mental health. Number crunching. Roughly how much will it cost to do what you want to do most in retirement? For example, if you want to ski all winter, how many trips do you plan to go on, and what will gear, lift tickets, and travel on average per year cost you? Some people also like to live between two residences, which can have different costs associated with each location. Others choose to sell their home and rent so they have more freedom to move quickly. Determining all of this in advance will really help when planning your retirement costs. If the amount you want to spend will cause you to run out of money too quickly, then your obvious choices are to work longer, earn more, save more, spend less, or adjust your expectations. Having these thoughts and making some calculations on your anticipated spending will help you begin figuring out how long you need to keep working and saving your money. It can also help you understand the types of returns you need your investments to produce for you over your desired time frame. Summary. Think about the type of lifestyle you desire to live, then consider how you'll fund it as you plan your retirement. Remember the magic retirement time frame of 30 years when planning it all out. Ask yourself how you want to spend those years. Lesson 5. Planning for the unexpected in retirement. I grew up in the town of Silverthorne, Colorado. There were many ski resorts within an hour's drive of my home, and when I was in elementary school in the early 80s, the lift ticket prices at those resorts were around $5 per day. When I was in my 20s, the same resorts had increased lift ticket prices to over $100 per day. Now in my 40s, some of those same resorts cost over $200 for a walk-up, full-day, single lift ticket. I suppose the lift ticket price increases were partly due to resort expansion, improvements, and demand, but I believe inflation also played a role. Remember to account for inflation. Think about the difference in prices now compared to when you were a teenager. I used to get a can of cola from a vending machine for 25 cents, and both a gallon of milk and gasoline were less than $1. The point is, some items you need to buy in retirement can and likely will get more expensive over time. This is called inflation risk. Would it surprise you to know that if you assume a 3% average inflation rate per year on your expenses over roughly a 25-year time frame, your expenses double? As I mentioned previously, you could likely be in retirement for 20 to 30 years or more, so it's also likely your expenses will double over the course of your retirement. That's the main reason your retirement income strategy needs to account for inflation. Another factor to consider is that end-of-life expenses can be outrageously high. If you were to make a list of items that have increased faster than a 3% inflation rate, your list might include things like food, gasoline, cars, clothing, utility bills, healthcare, and education. Then you might compare that list to the items you need to buy in retirement. My guess is these items are quite similar to the ones that tend to have high inflation rates, including food, gas, cars, clothing, utility bills, healthcare, and education. These common retirement expenses will likely include all of those same things from the first list, plus many things you may not have considered yet. The future cost of any of the items on your list can greatly vary due to countless unknown factors, but thankfully you can invest with the goal of earning enough to stay ahead of inflation. You don't want to run out of money because you are planning on expenses staying fixed throughout your lifetime. Something else to keep in mind as you are planning your retirement is the longer you live, the more likely you are to be affected by other risks that can arise in retirement. These risks can include health issues, interest rates, market fluctuations, changes in tax code, and the possibility that you may require assisted living or even a nursing home at some point. If it happens that you end up living to a very old age, and, by the way, I hope you live a long, healthy, and enjoyable life, I believe that effective and successful retirement planning must take into account the possibility that you will be retired for 30 years or more. Will your money outlive you, or will you outlive your money? During my second year in the business of helping people develop retirement investment strategies, I attended an insurance conference at the world-famous Arizona Biltmore Hotel, known as the Jewel of the Desert in Phoenix, Arizona. The event featured a very well-respected insurance actuary who was to speak at the end of the third and final day of the conference. If you think reading legal contracts or financial agreements is boring, try listening to some insurance actuaries talk for 3 days, for goodness sake. Because the other attendees in my industry were very excited to see this particular speaker, it was standing room only for his speech in a conference room at the Biltmore. The highly anticipated speaker, with his suit and tie, partly bald head, and glasses, delivered a long seminar in a monotone voice, reading page after page of numbers and figures. The speaker's content was very valuable to my practice, but it was delivered in such a slow and boring fashion that one guy in the back of the room actually fell asleep standing up. For your benefit, I was not that guy who fell asleep. I was able to stay awake, and what I learned from the speaker might surprise you. Because of advances in technology, he said, especially medical technology and healthy eating and exercise habits, and if you are married, you or your spouse will likely live to somewhere between the ages of 92 to 95. Future projections show that humans could someday live to be over 150 years of age. I do not know if the projections and studies the speaker discussed are accurate for you and your family members, but I can tell you that I often hear my elderly clients say, "Tom, I never expected I would live this long." I can also tell you that some of my younger clients are convinced they will die before they hit age 70. Others are convinced they won't make it to age 55. If you retire at 65 for the second time like my grandmother did, and you live to age 95, That's, again, that magic 30-year time frame. Another big reason you want to plan for 30 years or longer in retirement is that you do not want to run out of money if you live longer than you expect. Isn't having more money and income to rely on better than not having enough and being stressed out during your golden years? Of course it is. The problem remains. You never know how long you will live. I would guess that you've heard stories from people whose doctors have said, only have a short time to live, but then they go on to be happy and healthy and live for many years. Always make sure you plan for your money to outlive you no matter what your circumstances may be. Planning for forced early retirement. Just like considering the mystery of the precise age you will pass away, you also need to consider the possibility of being forced into early retirement due to circumstances out of your control. What if you are forced to retire early, adding more unexpected years onto the front end of retirement? What if the government orders a mandatory quarantine due to a pandemic and your employment income ends? What if your company downsizes and you get laid off? What if you get cut from your team and your sponsors drop you? What if you or a family member have health issues? What if you find yourself needing to retire earlier than planned? You want to err on the side of caution when calculating the number of years you will be in retirement, so you don't cut yourself short on your estimates of how long your money needs to last. Planning for extra years spent in retirement can help you in your calculations working out in your favor. How much money will you need to have saved so that your savings can produce the income you need? Remember, you also don't want to make the mistake of thinking your expenses will remain level for 30 years. If, because of inflation, everything costs twice as much at the end of your retirement as it did at the beginning of your retirement, your income will also need to double. How will you get your income to double over 20 or 30 years if you are not working? Well, you'll likely need investments that will continue growing even while they also provide income for you. What size paycheck do you need from your investments each year, month, and day? You may have other sources of income from Social Security, pensions, or rental property, but what if your investments need to produce, say, $20,000 of income per year? It takes $2 million invested at a 1% rate of return per year to produce $20,000 per year. It takes $1 million invested at a 2% rate of return per year to produce $20,000 per year. It takes $500,000 invested at a 4% rate of return per year to produce $20,000 per year. It takes $250,000 invested at an 8% return per year to produce $20,000 per year. I could go on with more examples, but you get the picture. The point is that if you knew the exact rate of return your investments would produce, you could calculate how much you would need to invest. Unfortunately, many investments have rates of return that can vary up and down substantially, and we all know that investing still involves risk. But you should be able to determine the amount you have invested with at least some accuracy and therefore ballpark the income that your invested amount should produce for you. Meet with an advisor to understand your optimal rate of return and your calculated risk so you can know how much you should be saving or receiving from your investments. Various rates of return and the types of investments you own can really change the amount of income your investments produce. But still, the key is that returns on your investments have great potential to help you deal with rising costs of goods and services over time. I believe that at least one goal of a successful retirement investment strategy should be to provide you with income for the rest of your life. Summary. Know about inflation risk, where things you need to buy in retirement can and likely will get more expensive over time. Don't make the mistake of thinking your expenses will remain level for 30 years. Err on the side of caution when calculating the number of years you will be in retirement, so you don't cut yourself short on your estimates of how long your money needs to last. Returns on your investments can help you deal with rising costs of goods and services. Meet with an advisor who can help you create a plan that works best for you. Lesson 6. Instruments of your retirement and investment strategy. If you've ever driven in a whiteout blizzard or heavy fog at night, that experience might help you imagine what it would be like to ride in a 4-seater airplane in a snowstorm flying through dark clouds over the Rocky Mountains of Colorado. Many years ago, I was flying in a little Cessna plane from western to eastern Colorado. There were 3 of us aboard the aircraft: my friend, my friend's father, who was piloting our plane, and me. We flew through canyons and mountains in thick clouds during a snowstorm where visibility was exactly 0. Looking out the window, I could see only one thing: dark gray. We couldn't see if we were about to smash into a mountain or a canyon wall. It was frightening, to say the least, but it was comforting to have our flight instruments to assure us that we were on the right track. Because the plane was so small and the storm cloud was so tall, we figured we could not gain enough altitude to fly above the storm, and that we would just have to stick with our original flight course. We had to fly entirely by our instruments, right through the middle of the storm. I recall double-checking our instruments by studying a map and compass to see how tall the mountains were in front of and around us compared to our altitude, speed, direction, and the hours we had been in the air. But it was the instruments that allowed us to make the right decision to go up, down, right, or left until we could navigate through the other side of the storm and see where we were going. Eventually, we found the runway and landed safely at our destination. It may be difficult to see it just yet, but once you put a plan in place for your retirement and execute on that plan, making course adjustments if necessary, you must have faith that you will land at your destination safely, just like we had to. Think of the path to retirement as a flight where the final destination is a soft, comfortable, and enjoyable landing at the end of your working life, and you feel safe and secure when you get there because you followed your plan and trusted it. The income or money you need is the fuel to power your retirement airplane, if you will. Since I can't predict what the stock market, economy, snowfall, or political weather will be when you're retiring, and no one can with consistency, you need to stay the course and continue flying by your financial tracking instruments. Your financial tracking instruments are your net worth, the value of the assets you have minus liabilities, and your cash flow, how the money is flowing in and out of your household. You should also always seek help from an investment professional who can pilot your retirement flight. You likely want an experienced airline captain who's great at navigating storms, especially when you take a flight in the dark, right? It's just as likely that you want an investment advisor with experience navigating crashes in the stock market, bad times in the economy, and various political and tax climates. Do you know exactly how much money you'll need to retire and how much income that money will generate? Many people don't, and it's an important number to figure out so you can know what you're aiming for. In other words, will your money work hard enough for you so you no longer have to remain employed? Having a handle on your financial instruments helps you determine your next move or best course of action, as well as how much money you need to have invested to do what you desire. Even if you don't know the exact figure, you can get a ballpark figure. Knowing the value of your assets and the income they can produce helps you figure out where you currently stand. Calculating your net worth. To figure out your net worth, make a list of everything you own, assign dollar amounts to all those things, and then total them. Then make a list of any debts that you have and total up the amount that you owe. Then simply take how much you own, subtract what you owe, and you will come up with a number. That number is your net worth. You can benefit right away from knowing your net worth. It can be a great motivator to save more and feel confident about where you are and where you're going. It's amazing how quickly you can build your wealth when you know your net worth. Knowing that number might motivate you to stop using credit cards or debt as much, because borrowing money lowers your net worth, and taking on a lot of debt might hinder you from getting to your retirement number sooner. When it comes to your day-to-day spending decisions, thinking about your net worth and wanting to increase it may inspire you to save more money and hopefully avoid spending too much. Knowing your net worth number, sometimes called your bottom line number, can also help you figure out how much you need to retire. Looking at your cash flow. Creating a cash flow statement helps you understand the money that's flowing in and out of your household. It also gives you an overview of where your money is going and where you can cut your spending. Then you can focus your spending on the categories that are most important to you. You may discover you can afford to spend more on whatever you love to do. If you've done this before, then you know how powerful cash flow tracking can be. Add up your total income, then assign purposes for every future dollar that will come into your household. I also think it's helpful to really break down, line by line, all of your expenses to make a list of your priorities, such as paying yourself first in the form of saving for your future, your rent/house payment, food, utilities, transportation, insurance costs, childcare needs, and donations to church or charity. How much are you really spending at the grocery store, on your children, on dining out, or on your vehicle or pets? Figuring out what you are spending in specific areas of your life can be an eye-opening experience. To calculate your cash flow, take inventory of any source of income you have and compare that to your expenses. Figure out your current cash flow and, specifically, how much you are spending right now. Then try to project how your cash flow and expenses might change in retirement. For example, if you are still working, you may have the goal of paying off your house by the time you retire, so your mortgage payment could be a major expense right now, but hopefully you can eliminate your mortgage payment by the time you retire, or as soon as possible. You may be too busy to take vacations right now, so your vacation expenses may be low while you're working. After you retire and have more time on your hands, you might spend more on vacations or travel. If you're already retired, do you expect or desire to change your lifestyle? To provide a basic foundation for your retirement strategy, you can add up all of your essential expenses, things you must pay for like food, clothing, and utility bills. Making sure you'll have the income to cover those things will be the basic fuel for your retirement flight. You might be able to cover your mandatory spending obligations with Social Security, a pension, or some other presumably consistent form of income. Some investments are specifically designed to provide lifetime income. I've been self-employed my entire life, so there is no big company employer that is going to send me pension checks when I retire. I've had to design my own pension with my savings. Now that you have your cash flow outlined, prioritize your lifestyle expenses. Make a list of the things that you could live without if absolutely necessary. These are expenses like vacations, new toys, or dinners at fancy restaurants. Once you have a handle on your net worth and cash flow, you've already created the basic instruments to begin building your retirement and investment strategy. Summary. Your financial instruments are your net worth, the value of your assets, your cash flow, how the money is flowing in and out of your household. Prioritize your lifestyle expenses. Lesson 7. The magic of compound interest and diversifying your accounts. Now that you've established the foundation for your retirement and investment strategy by creating your financial tracking instruments, it's time to build your wealth. Two key factors to maximizing your wealth-building potential include compound interest and diversification of your accounts based on tax strategies. There is nuance, of course, when it comes to diversifying your strategy. Phases of retirement bring different challenges, such as changes to your tax situation. We'll discuss that throughout the lesson. Compound interest. Compound interest can really improve your wealth building. During recess in elementary school, my classmates and I loved to play in the snow. Near the playground was a soccer field, and when the field was covered in snow, we'd make snowmen. One kid would start rolling a snowball to be the base of the snowman. When the snowball got too big and heavy for one kid to roll, another kid would join in. Eventually, the snowball would get so big that you could not gather enough kids on the playground to budge the giant ball of snow. The snowball concept is similar to how compound interest works. If you invest $1 for a year and earn interest on that $1, then the second year you earn interest on your interest from the first year in addition to that first dollar. The third year you earn interest on your interest on your interest on that original dollar, and so on. Eventually, you could earn enough interest to create a cloning multiplier effect of your original dollar. Your earnings eventually produce more earnings, and you begin to build wealth faster and faster, like in the snowball analogy. Snowflakes become snowballs that magically grow into an avalanche, as invested pennies become dollars that magically grow into millions. That's one way successful retirees end up with so much money when they get to the retirement stage of their lives. If they've been investing since an early age, this compound effect has had more time to build. Some people even become millionaires and billionaires that way. If you understand the power and concept of compound interest, as well as the importance of investing early in life and on a regular basis, please do me a favor and help me educate others on this concept. This concept is especially important for kids and young adults because the more time you have on your side, the more powerful compound interest can become. Remember, you may have 30 years or more in retirement, so you want as much time as possible for your money to grow and interest to compound to help pay for all of your retirement years. Phases of retirement. You might be building up your investment accounts and hopefully get some snowballing compound interest growth. This is often referred to as the accumulation phase of retirement savings. Eventually, you'll likely start withdrawing from your investments to supplement your income. This is often referred to as the distribution phase. If you are in the distribution phase and begin to withdraw money from your savings as income in retirement, and you withdraw 100% of your principal over a year, obviously your money is gone in 1 year. Withdraw 50% each year, and it is gone in 2 years, assuming no growth on your investments. I've seen many studies and philosophies that attempt to come up with a rule of thumb about what percentage you can safely withdraw from your investments for retirement without destroying your principal. Most studies I've seen will tell you that it could be safe to withdraw somewhere in the range of 1 to 2% of your principal per year at the low end to 7 to 8% of your principal per year on the high end, with most studies claiming that the 2 to 5% range could be safe depending on the investment. I think the 2 to 5% withdrawal estimate figures are a reasonable ballpark. But I also believe there are too many factors and variables in your personal situation to be sure. Your situation can change at any moment and will likely change over your lifetime. This is why you want to review and adjust your investment strategy at least annually. For example, if you think about what is most important to you right now, then compare what's important to you now with what was most important to you when you were age 18, 28, or 38. Some things may stay the same, but a lot can and will likely change throughout your lifetime. Emergencies happen, and you might be forced to spend more than you anticipated. The timing of when you experience gains or losses in your investments is called order of returns risk or sequence of returns risk. If you're invested in stocks, the stock market might do great in the early years of your retirement. If you experience substantial losses in your retirement savings at the beginning of your retirement, you could run out of money too soon. I believe that around 5 years before you retire and 5 years after you retire is a critical time to focus on managing risk and to be aware of the sequence of returns risk. The tax collectors have a plan that includes paying those collectors the highest amounts as quickly as possible, so you need a plan to deal with your taxes. Dividing your money into accounts with different tax rules can help you create a diversified tax strategy. I am not a tax professional, and I am not a certified public accountant or CPA. I am a professional investment income planner with the title of Registered Representative. But here are some things to think about when it comes to your investments and how they are taxed. Types of money, accounts, and diversifying your tax strategy. Although exceptions and arguments can be made for investments and account types for your personal tax situation at any given time, you can divide your investments or money into 4 broad categories. Number 1, free money. 2, tax-free money. 3, tax-deductible and or tax-deferred money. And 4, taxable money. Number 1, free money. Have you ever found, received, or won money? If you have, how did it make you feel? When I was in middle school, the cool and exciting place to hang out in our little mountain town was the local bowling alley, or what we affectionately called the alley. It was connected to a little mall, movie theater, and arcade. I was riding the bus home from middle school one day, and I was sitting next to a student who I knew often hung out at the bowling alley after class. He had been the subject of the recent rumor mill at school because he had suddenly started showing off some really expensive items. He somehow had obtained a brand new bike, a giant boom box, a fancy watch, and backpacks full of candy. Out of curiosity, I asked him, "How did you get that boom box?" He said, "Aw, man, Tom, didn't you hear the story? I no longer have that boom box." I said, "Well, I had heard rumors, but I didn't know your boombox was gone. What happened?" "Remember a few weeks ago when I saw you at the alley?" he asked me. "Yeah," I said. Then he told me a story about how he had found a briefcase full of cash at the bowling alley the same day I saw him there. He did what I think most kids in middle school would do with lots of free cash. He bought a new bike, a stereo, a watch, and plenty of candy. His teachers and parents were also curious about the source of his newfound wealth, so he had to confess to his parents that he had found a briefcase full of cash. He explained that sadly his folks had contacted the authorities, and he had to turn over the remaining cash and any merchandise he'd purchased with the briefcase money to the police. But then he smiled and said, "But they couldn't take all the candy that I ate." And then he said, "If you ever find a lot of money, do something smart with it." Some of the younger kids sitting around us were listening to our conversation. They chimed in with ideas of what they would do if they found lots of money. One kid said, "I would buy more candy, but do it in smaller amounts at different stores and eat it right away." Another kid said, "No way, you would get caught. I wouldn't tell anyone I had the money. I would bury it deep in the ground and dig it up a few years later before I spent it." We just laughed, but I was fortunate enough at an early age to start thinking about what I would do if I were to receive a large sum of unexpected money. In other words, free money. Like my friend suggested, I wanted to be ready to do something smart with it. A briefcase full of cash, winnings at bingo night, an inheritance, or a 401k match from your company are all examples of free money. It can be hard to control if and when free money comes to you, but you should think through what you would do with free money that you may obtain. If you receive an inheritance, your inheritance may represent multiple generations of hard work and saving for a rainy day. Make sure you meet with your CPA or tax professional to know how much in taxes you may be responsible for, and notify your investment advisor who can help you plan what to do with this money. Number 2. Tax-free accounts and investments. Tax-free or tax-advantaged investments and accounts are when your earnings, your growth, and perhaps even your earnings and your growth on your investments come out tax-free or mostly tax-free. Examples of tax-free or tax-advantaged investments include municipal bonds, municipal bond funds, cash value of life insurance policies, a Roth IRA or Roth 401k, some real estate investment trusts, some master limited partnerships, some energy programs such as oil and gas or even renewable energy investments, some business development companies, and qualified opportunity zones. If you believe taxes will go up in the future, or if you anticipate a huge tax bill at any time, it can be helpful to have investments in the tax-free/tax-advantaged category to reduce, eliminate, or at least defer your tax liability. Number 3. Tax-deferred and/or tax-deductible accounts. Tax-deferred means you do not pay taxes until later, which usually means when you take your money out of the investment. Tax-deductible means your contributions can help reduce your current taxable income. Examples of tax-deferred and/or tax-deductible accounts are various types of IRA accounts such as a traditional IRA, SEP IRA, simple IRA, various types of 401k, 403b, 401a accounts, deferred compensation plans, and many annuities. Number 4. Taxable accounts. You pay tax on taxable accounts every year. This can be money in the bank or perhaps in a brokerage account. You are taxed every year if the investment goes up, and sometimes with a taxable investment or a taxable account, you're even taxed if the investment goes down in value. In my 6th year in the financial services business, I quickly and unexpectedly had a really good year. So good that I proudly became a top producer for my broker-dealer company for the first time in my career. I did so well that year that I got a call from my accountant who said, "Tom, the good news is you made a lot of money. The bad news is your tax bill is double the average American's annual salary." That year, I paid that big tax bill. I felt very patriotic. I learned quickly that taxable accounts can be a challenge, to say the least. I tell you this as a reminder of the importance of tax diversification among your investment accounts. My tax bill would have been even bigger if I had not been able to contribute to my retirement accounts, where my contributions were tax-deductible, and use a combination of investments and strategies to bring down my tax liability. Would you agree that free money is better than tax-free money is better than tax-deductible or deferred, and tax-deductible or tax-deferred is better than taxable? When my dad would talk to his old farmer friends back in Illinois about the advantages of a Roth retirement account, he would ask, "Do you want to pay tax on your seeds or on your whole harvest?" I ask my ski and snowboard friends, "Do you want to pay tax on your snowflakes or on the avalanche?" Another way to think about this is this. Would you rather pay tax on the money you put into a retirement account now, or on your money as it comes out, after it has grown using compound interest for many years? I see many retirees have a majority of their savings in that tax-deductible and tax-deferred category. Remember, all of the money you save in those tax-deductible retirement plans might be great for not having to pay as much tax year to year, but that money is likely taxed when you take it out to spend, and the tax rate at that time is an unknown factor. money that comes out of tax-deferred and deductible accounts can be taxed as income, kind of like a paycheck from your job. If one year you decide to draw a large sum of money out of your retirement account that you used for yearly tax deductions to buy a retirement home, an RV, and a dream vacation, you might also get a call from your accountant to tell you, "Congratulations! On paper, you earned enough income this year to qualify for the highest tax rate possible." The point is, there's no investment that I know of that offers all of the features of tax-deductible, tax-deferred, and tax-free withdrawals, because the IRS likely wants to tax you at some point. If I found an investment that offered all of those nice tax-advantaged features, I would be telling you about it right now. When you have multiple accounts with various tax rules, you can strategize depending on your situation in any given year and adjust how much money you put into each account. There's no one investment that fits everyone's situation because your needs will and income will likely change over time. If you have different types of investment accounts, you should strategize with a tax professional and your financial advisor on what accounts to pull money from in any given year. This will enlighten you on what is best for your personal tax situation. The point is to allow compounding interest to work for you by diversifying your tax strategies and interest and dividend-producing investments so that they can reinvest to consistently build your wealth even while you sleep. Summary. Think about how you'll build your wealth. Understand the importance of compound interest. Dividing your money into accounts with different tax rules can help you create a diversified tax strategy. There are 4 main money categories: free money, tax-free money, tax-deductible and/or tax-deferred money, and taxable money. Lesson 8. Finding dependable income to fund your retirement lifestyle. When my mom retired from her career as a first-grade teacher, her income sources included part-time work, investment dividends, annuity distributions, and her teacher's pension. When my dad retired from his career in the energy field, his income sources included interest from retirement savings accounts, earnings from his second career in financial services, annuity distributions, and Social Security. A large part of retirement income planning is about answering the following question: where will your paychecks come from when you retire? Working part-time or starting your own business. You may or may not choose to work part-time in retirement or start a new business. But either way, you'll likely need your investments to produce paychecks for you when you stop working. I've been a business owner since I was 9, and I can tell you from experience that owning your own business is a 24 hours a day, 7 days a week commitment. Hardly part-time. You may wish to start your own business in retirement. If the business is centered around something you love and will likely do anyway, you may not mind working. So if you are going to start your own business post-retirement, I would encourage you to select a business that you think is fun, or that it's at least something you've always been interested in. I couldn't do what I do 24/7 if I didn't enjoy creating investment selection and retirement income strategies for my clients, friends, and family. A great thing about owning your own business is that no one can tell you how much money you're allowed to make. But a downside to owning your own business is that you might be required to take on a variety of risks, and those risks can be substantial, especially not having the security of knowing where your next paycheck will come from. Backing your income sources with cornerstones and cake layers. In the neighborhood where I grew up, my folks had a neighbor who retired and turned her house into a bed and breakfast because she loved to cook and wanted some additional income. She also loved to make quilts, so she transformed an area of her house into a quilting room with several quilting stations. I know because she often asked me to help move furniture around and set up her quilting equipment. She would then cater to ladies who also loved to quilt. By the way, cornerstones and layer cakes are quilting terms that relate to many and joining. Similar to many layers of a delicious birthday cake, having many sources of income, especially passive income, can join forces to secure your overall retirement income. More layers usually makes us happier. A group of ladies would stay in her home and she would cook their meals while they made beautiful new quilts and discussed quilting techniques and ideas. She made a nice income while doing something she loved, and she genuinely enjoyed spending time with the quilters. She was able to do so right out of her own home without taking on substantial risks for herself at that time in her life. My retired clients who have started businesses of their own doing things they enjoy and love often say, "Tom, I'm making so much more money now doing this business that I started than I ever thought I would, and I'm having fun doing it." Sometimes I also hear, "Tom, I make more now with my own business than I ever did at my career job." If this strategy works for you and your long-term plan, that's great. Taking out home equity basics. Besides working, another possible source of income is using some of the value of your home. In other words, home equity. You may want to sell your big, expensive house and downsize to a less expensive, smaller house that perhaps requires less maintenance and leaves you with funds after the move. There are two main options when taking out equity of your existing home: a home equity line of credit or a reverse mortgage. A home equity line of credit allows you to borrow against the value of your home, and generally you pay back that loan in the form of monthly payments. A home equity line of credit works sort of like a credit card, but instead of making your monthly payments to a credit card company for purchases made using your card, you make payments to the mortgage bank that you have the home equity line of credit with. In my experience, the term reverse mortgage frightens those who are unfamiliar with how this type of mortgage actually works because they fear they will lose their home. There are nearly infinite reasons that you could lose your home if your home is paid off, you have a traditional mortgage, or a reverse mortgage. Investing involves risk, and investing in real estate is no exception to this rule. In very simple terms, a reverse mortgage is a loan against the value of your home. A common misconception of the reverse mortgage is people think they no longer own their home if they take out a reverse mortgage. A reverse mortgage is a loan that comes due when the borrower passes away, and where, instead of the homeowner making payments to the mortgage lender makes payments to the homeowner. If you are married, the loan becomes due after the second person passes away. If you are single, the loan is paid upon your passing. A reverse mortgage can allow you to remain in your home while eliminating your traditional mortgage payments, which lowers your cash flow expenses, or you could even receive payments from a mortgage lender. The pros and cons and details and costs of a reverse mortgage could fill multiple lessons. If you want more details and explanations on the subject, I encourage you to reach out to reverse mortgage specialists that have many years of experience in the field. There are a few rules surrounding a reverse mortgage. First, as the borrower, you must be age 62 or older, having substantial equity, more than 50% ownership in your home. Second, you must also continue paying property taxes and homeowners insurance. Third, the property must be the primary residence. With a traditional mortgage, you make payments to reduce your loan balance. But with a reverse mortgage, payments are being made to you, or a lump sum is paid to you. In either case, you are increasing your loan balance. While home equity in the form of a reverse mortgage or home equity line of credit may be a source of income available to you, in most cases I caution that home equity should be used more as a last resort or next to last source of income instead of a primary source of retirement income. Consult your beneficiaries before considering a reverse mortgage of any kind. If you have no beneficiaries, the reverse mortgage decision can be less complicated than if you have beneficiaries. If at all possible, I know it's best to live debt-free. This is especially true in retirement. That includes owning your property free and clear. At the same time, I realize that you may also need to somehow use your home equity for income at some point in your life. Social Security and Pension Basics. Social Security might also be a major part of your retirement income. Reading about the history of Social Security on the U.S. government's website, I found some stories that I feel help explain some important concepts of Social Security. From 1937 to 1940, Social Security paid benefits in the form of a single lump sum payment. A man by the name of Ernest Ackerman happened to retire one day after the Social Security program began. Ernest paid a total of 5 cents into Social Security and right away received a lump sum payment of 17 cents. Not a bad return on his short-term investment. Social Security does not currently offer a lump sum payout option, but many pensions still do. By the way, if you have a pension, you may have the choice to either take a big lump sum payout or opt to receive paychecks for life instead of a lump sum. It's extremely important to understand your pension's rules and choices because the majority of pensions I have seen will not allow you to change your mind about your choice of taking a lump sum versus a lifetime of paychecks. If you have a pension where you'll have to make a selection, you want to consider the following questions. How much would you get paid in pension payments? For how long and how often? Do you have control over the principal after your selection has been made? What happens to your principal when you die? Are there any investment choices available inside the pension? Would you be able to collect bigger monthly pension checks if you wait until a certain age or attain a certain number of years of service with your employer? Are you confident in the ability of the company providing the pension payments to be able to continue providing pension payments? All right, back to Social Security. Monthly Social Security payments began in January 1940, and the first monthly retirement check was issued to a gal named Ida Mae Fuller. Ida had only paid into Social Security for 3 years before she started collecting. Over those 3 years, she paid in a total of $24.75. The very first check she received was about $2 less than the total amount she paid in. Her first check was for $22.54. Ida lived to age 100 and therefore collected a total of $22,888.92 over her lifetime. Ida had a pretty nice return on her original investment of only $24.75. One lesson we can learn from Ida is that you may pay into Social Security for years and not live long enough to collect any paychecks, or you may live long enough to collect lots of Social Security paychecks. For example, under the current Social Security rules, if you collect Social Security payments as soon as you are eligible, you will receive a smaller payment compared to what you'll receive if you wait until the age that Social Security considers your full retirement age. At that point, you'll receive a medium-sized payment each month. But if you wait until the maximum age Social Security allows for you, you'll receive a larger size payment each month. In most cases, the longer you wait, the bigger your Social Security payments will be, up to a certain age, so there is some strategy to selecting the age you begin collecting your Social Security. The point is, if you knew when you're going to die, you could run break-even points and mathematically calculate when you should start collecting Social Security. Because you don't know the exact date when you'll pass away, you need to consider a few things. What are the current Social Security rules? What is your current age? How long did other members in your family live? How healthy are you? How much money are you earning while working part-time in retirement? When will you really require the income from Social Security? Social Security strategies. If you are or were married for over 10 years, you want to be sure to research a special part of Social Security called a spousal benefit. The spousal benefit is not the amount you collect if someone dies. Instead, it's income that can be turned on while you both are still alive. Think of the spousal benefit as one out of 3 pools of Social Security benefits. Pool number 1, your own individual benefit. Pool number 2, your spouse's or ex-spouse's individual benefit. Pool number 3, the spousal benefit. Imagine you worked for a few years paying into Social Security, but then for many years you were a stay-at-home parent and did not pay into Social Security. Your individual options could be: collect a small-size monthly payment of $250 at age 62, collect a medium-size monthly payment of $500 if you wait to collect until age 66, collect a large-size monthly payment of $750 if you wait to collect at age 70. Perhaps your spouse would be eligible to collect $1,500 at age 62, $2,000 at age 66, or $2,500 at age 70. The spousal benefit could be as much as half of your spouse's middle-size payment. With the spousal benefit, you might be able to collect $1,000 per month before you turn 70 because your spouse continued to work while you were home raising the kids. For example, if your spouse was eligible to collect $2,000 as the medium-size payment at age 66, your spousal benefit could be $1,000 per month, because half of $2,000 is $1,000. Meanwhile, your own individual benefit maxed out at $750. In this case, you could qualify to collect $1,000 per month instead of $750 per month. It's important to find out if you or your spouse could qualify to collect this third pool of money, called the spousal benefit, because the possible extra money you would receive from Social Security each month can really add up over your retirement years. If you are divorced or widowed, you may even be able to collect a spousal benefit if you were married for over 10 years. Another strategy for married couples is for the spouse with the larger monthly benefit amount to delay taking their payments to maximize their monthly income. A surviving spouse can have the option to collect their own individual benefit or their deceased spouse's benefit, whichever is larger, but not both. A case of stolen identity. If you were in charge of administering Social Security numbers when the program began, how would you do so? You can imagine one suggestion might have been to distribute a military dog tag with one's Social Security number. Another idea might have been to tattoo one's Social Security number right on the body. It was eventually decided that Social Security cards would be issued with each individual's Social Security number printed on it. This leads me to another eye-opening story that I found on the Social Security website. In 1938, a wallet manufacturer in New York decided to promote its wallet by showing how one's new Social Security card would fit right into a special part of the wallet. One day, the wallet company's vice president and treasurer, Douglas Patterson, turned to his secretary, Mrs. Hilda Witcher, and said, "Let me see your Social Security card for a minute." He made a copy of Mrs. Hilda Witcher's Social Security card, and sample cards were made from the copy of her actual card, which were then sold by Woolworths and other department stores all over the country. 5 years later, 5,755 people were using Mrs. Witcher's Social Security number. The FBI showed up at Mrs. Witcher's front door to ask about the widespread use of her number. She was eventually assigned a new Social Security number, and even as late as 1977, some 39 years later, people were still attempting to use her number. In all, over 40,000 people used the famous Mrs. Hilda Witcher's number. I guess you could say Mrs. Witcher's identity was stolen at least 40,000 times. I've seen this happen with my clients, and I don't want you to experience it too. So protect your Social Security number. Financial gifts and inheritances. Besides Social Security, gifts or inheritance are also potential sources of income in retirement. The inheritance thought process often goes something like this. My dad has passed away, and Mom is elderly now, and let's face it, Mom is not going to live forever. Mom has a certain amount of dollars in her investments, and her house is worth at least as much as her investment accounts, so when Mom dies, my sister and I will split what Mom has. Often, the dollar amount you have in mind can change drastically. I don't normally like to count on inheritance as a source of income in retirement unless you've already received the inheritance. People can change their beneficiaries at any time. Medical expenses tend to increase later in life, and I have seen fortunes spent very quickly. These factors are outside of your control, so beware counting inheritance as your income. Remember that even if you receive a small inheritance, that inheritance could represent the entire life savings and a lifetime of work of the person who gave it to you. If you do happen to receive an inheritance, please think through the best way the money can be applied to your current retirement plan and long-term goals. You don't want to make a hasty decision you may regret for years to come. If you inherit an IRA account from someone other than your spouse, you'll be required to take distributions called Required Minimum Distributions, often referred to as RMDs. It's wise to research all your options, rules, and requirements, especially if you receive an IRA from anyone other than your spouse. Remember that when you take money out of an IRA, the distributions are taxed as income even if it's an inherited IRA. Rental property income. Another common source of income in retirement can be income from rental property that you own. I've owned rental property, and my folks have owned rental property too. When it comes to rental property, my dad would say that there are two main types of renters. You have renters who always pay on time or early and leave your place in better shape than when they moved in, and then you have everyone else. The saying goes that when you own rental property, you have to deal with the 6 T's: toilets, tenants, taxes, trash, termites, and timing. Toilets, tenants, trash, taxes, and termites are pretty self-explanatory, but timing has to do with the time at which your investment property is sold. Here are a few questions to consider about timing of selling an investment property. Will you have to pay capital gains upon the sale of that property? Will the housing or rental market prices be up or down when the time comes to sell your property? What if you are forced to sell your property during a downturn in the real estate market? At some point, will you get sick of maintaining that property? Don't put all your eggs in one basket. Growing up in a ski resort town, I saw appreciation on property rise sharply for about 30 years. During that time, a friend of mine who was my age told me, "Tom, if you don't borrow as much money as you can to buy as much property as possible in your hometown right now, you are nuts." My reply to my friend explained about the importance of diversity, length of time the property can be held, and market cycles. He said, "Oh, nonsense." Then he'd brag about how much his property was worth compared to what he paid for it. Well, eventually, the housing and financial panic of 2008 and 2009 hit, and property values dropped substantially. Sadly, many folks in my hometown suddenly found themselves in financial trouble because they had been dumping as close as they could to 100% of their money into real estate and borrowing as much as they could on top of that to buy even more real estate. The same type of mistake can and has been made in the stock market. There are also sources of income that are less reliable, such as winnings from bingo night, slot machines, or various kinds of tournaments like fishing, poker, snowboarding, pinball, and so on. The point is that there are a lot of potential sources of income for retirement beyond the income source examples I just mentioned. If you add up all of your possible retirement income sources and find that your current sources will not be enough to provide the income you need if you quit working, at least you know where you stand. Then you can begin to plan how much longer you'll need to keep working, plan how much more money you need to save, create additional passive income sources, or find ways to spend less. As my dad would say, retirement is an income problem, not so much a size of your nest egg problem. This means you can focus more on the income that your investment provides and not so much on the current price of that source of income. For example, if you own a rental property, you might have steady rental income coming in, but the price of that rental property can fluctuate up or down. You would care greatly about the current price of your rental property if you were selling your rental property today. If you're not planning to sell that rental property for years and are currently receiving steady, increasing rent checks, then you might not care that much what the current market value of that rental is according to some third party. Do you care more about the selling price of your home after you've owned it free and clear for 30 years, the day after you moved in, or on a day that you are forced to sell your home for some reason? If all your eggs are in real estate, then you have all of your eggs in one basket. Diversifying your income into the various sources listed below in the summary of this chapter will help you secure steady income through your retirement. Following a diversification strategy means that you are spreading out your risk if one of your income sources fails to provide the income you were expecting. Summary. In summary, the categories of possible income during retirement include part-time work, home equity, Social Security and pensions, gifts or inheritance, rental properties, investment earnings, interest, and dividends, and less reliable sources like winnings. Lesson 9. Retirement Account Tax Rules and Solutions to Minimize Taxes. A freestyle terrain park snowboarding competition may have 3 judges, each judge scoring something specific and awarding a score of 0 to 10, with 0 being the worst and 10 being the best. The highest combined score in all 3 categories determines a competitor's final score. Each judge scores different technical aspects of the event. Judge 1 scores rail slides, Judge 2 scores half-pipe and/or quarter pipes, and Judge 3 scores jumps. As a competitor in a judged event with this structure, it would be important to understand the rules of the judging criteria. A perfect score of 10 from each judge, a maximum total of 30, would not be attainable if your run did not include at least 1 rail slide, 1 half-pipe and/or quarter pipe, and 1 jump. Knowing the rules can help you develop a strategy and avoid unnecessarily hurting your competition score. The organizers of snowboard contests I've entered typically hold many meetings before the event to review the rules. There are also meetings among competitors, team captains, the press and media, event organizers, and judges before competition day to discuss and clarify the event's rules and format. I attended many rider meetings, competitor meetings, during my competitive snowboard circuit days. In these meetings, typically a head judge would explain the judging criteria to the competitors, as in the example above, and the competitors would ask questions and provide input. The meetings were usually not the most exciting part of an overall action-packed event, but they were a necessary part of the occasion. Similarly, preparing for retirement often involves consultation meetings with bankers, financial advisors, tax specialists, estate planning attorneys, and insurance agents. A controversial country mile. A fistfight nearly broke out during a heated, hot-tempered yelling match between competitors and event staff during a memorable riders' meeting in the Base Lodge at Big Bear Resort in California. The debate centered around the size of the big air jump that was built for the competition. The competitors argued the jump was too far of a distance to clear safely, while the staff argued that the jump had already been selected and would make for a more exciting event. The jump had such a long distance from takeoff to landing. Competitors felt that even if they could somehow generate enough speed to make it to the landing of the jump, they would not be comfortable performing their most difficult maneuvers in the air. They needed to be laser-focused on just making it to the landing of the jump. I felt that injury was highly likely on a jump of that magnitude, and that the speed required to clear the gap was hardly attainable. The event organizers positioned the jump at the bottom of the hill to make viewing for spectators more convenient, and they felt that the long hang time in the air required to make it to the landing of the jump would be a better show for the media. A guy who claimed to be part of the park maintenance crew that designed the jump was hollering at the competitors, "You are all a bunch of wimps." Only he did not say wimps. It was much more colorful language to describe us competitors. "You should be ashamed to call yourselves professional snowboarders. I hit that jump and made it to the landing just fine." Rumor had it that he had indeed hit the jump the day before this debate, but was completely out of control in the air and just barely made it to the landing. And this was despite the fact that he'd started at the very top of the resort, going as fast as he could just to have enough speed. As the tension in the room reached a boiling point, I was sitting next to Jarrett John J.J. Thomas, another competitor in attendance at the meeting. J.J. was considered one of the more experienced and well-respected competitors at the event, and therefore was silently, unofficially, and informally elected to speak on behalf of us competitors. JJ sat patiently looking out the lodge window at the controversial jump, listening to both sides of the argument, waiting for the yelling to die down so that he could be heard. The room fell silent as all eyes and ears were waiting for JJ to speak. He turned his gaze from the window and slowly looked across the room at the event staff. In a very matter-of-fact, straightforward, unemotional, calm, cool, and collected manner, JJ stood up, pointed at the jump, and said, "That is the biggest jump I have ever seen in my life." The event organizers must have thought that if a young yet seasoned snowboarding superstar like JJ Thomas had never seen a jump that big, perhaps the jump was oversized even for a big air competition. That one statement was enough to settle the debate and adjourn the meeting, and a smaller jump was used, allowing competitors to attempt their more advanced tricks during the contest. Years later, JJ earned a bronze medal in the halfpipe snowboarding event during the 2002 Winter Olympics in Salt Lake City, Utah. The point is, card games, board games, sports, retirement investment accounts, and taxes all come with rules that are important to understand to help you develop a winning strategy and avoid pitfalls. Rules can be modified, and landscapes can change at a moment's notice, all perhaps at just the whim of the rule makers. The investment universe is no exception. As you may or may not know, there are many rules surrounding retirement investment plans, such as 401k, IRA, and Roth accounts. There are limits to how much money you can contribute to your 401ks, IRAs, Roth IRAs, or similar types of retirement accounts each year, and those contribution limit rules can change from year to year. Plus, the limits and rules vary from plan to plan. You might have a retirement plan featuring an array of acronym alphabet soup with names such as a 401b, 401a, TSP, TSA, Simple, SEP, or some other type of account with its own acronym, and they can all have slightly different rules and features. Further rules apply when you take spending money out of retirement plans. For example, if you were to cash out your 401k or IRA account to spend the money, what happens? In most cases, you are taxed on the amount you withdraw as ordinary income. If you are younger than age 59 and a half when you cash out one of those retirement plans, in addition to getting taxed, you may also pay a 10% IRS early withdrawal penalty. Taking retirement plans out in cash is how you create a huge tax bill for yourself and pay a large amount of your money to the IRS. If you cash out a retirement account with a large balance, you may have a huge tax bill, and the IRS could think there's a chance you would be unable to pay that big bill come tax time. So, the IRS came up with a rule that says if you cash out of your employer's retirement account, 20% of your balance is automatically withheld to help ensure that at least a portion of your tax bill gets paid. Imagine that you are younger than age 59 and a half, and you cash out a $1 million retirement account from your employer or former employer. 20% of $1 million is $200,000, so therefore $200,000 is withheld. You may pay a 10% early withdrawal penalty, plus you have to add your withdrawal to your taxable income for the year, possibly increasing the amount you owe on your income tax. Ouch! The point is that your money can be lost to various penalties and taxes if you are not careful. Rolling over a 401k into a personal retirement account. If you roll over your work retirement plan, such as your 401k, into your own IRA when you retire or change jobs, which you should consider, the amount can be a non-taxable event if you do it properly. I'll explain in a minute. You control the percentage withheld from your IRA upon distribution. It's important to understand the vocabulary on your rollover forms and applications, mostly to avoid creating a taxable event. Most rollover forms have something similar to the following options available for you to choose from, and you're asked to select at least one option or a combination of the options. Typically, your options for your work plan are to leave the money in your account, cash out your account, roll over your funds to your own personal IRA, request a direct rollover to an IRA, make a trustee-to-trustee transfer to your own IRA, transfer your old employer plan into your new employer's plan. Remember that the selection you make may or may not incur taxes and penalties. The terminology in the process might sound similar, but it can vary depending on your employer or plan. Your selection can begin a process that can be very difficult to nearly impossible to undo, so make sure you understand the vocabulary and ask a tax professional before you start the process. Here are the common terminology as they're broadly defined in the industry. Note that I say usually means in these terminology descriptions because I have seen these terms interpreted in different ways by investment companies on their various distribution forms. Cash me out usually means a check is made payable to you and sent to you with 20% withheld. Usually this is not the best option because of the taxes you'll incur. Rollover or indirect rollover usually means a check is made payable to you and sent to you with 20% withheld. It's up to you to get the funds into your personal IRA before the 60-day deadline passes. If you miss the 60-day deadline, the IRS assumes you've spent the money from your retirement account and therefore you owe tax. Direct rollover usually means a check is made payable to the investment company that administers your own IRA account. The check is sent to you, no money is withheld, and again, it's your responsibility to get the funds into your new IRA before 60 days has passed. Direct rollover is commonly used when converting a former employer 401k plan into your own IRA. Trustee-to-trustee transfer usually means a check is made payable to your own investment company IRA account and sent directly to your new IRA investment company with no money withheld. Trustee-to-trustee transfer is commonly used when transferring multiple IRAs into one IRA for purposes of consolidation. Updates to investment companies' distribution forms happen regularly, so I prefer to set up a conference call between my clients, the investment companies, and me to confirm the details. During the call, we discuss the terminology during a rollover or transfer process before submitting distribution forms. That way, we make sure the process happens correctly. To qualify for a rollover or transfer, Generally, your employer retirement plan will require a triggering event, such as your retirement or a job change. You might even be able to roll your 401k to your own IRA while you're still employed, using something called an in-service rollover. This can also be called an in-service withdrawal, an in-service distribution, or the age 59.5 rule. Having money in your own IRA instead of your employer's 401k plan can be advantageous. Your own IRA can offer more control over your funds in the form of more investment options and the ability to choose the amount of tax withholding, if any, that you prefer. Mandatory withdrawals and basic account rules. Another rule associated with the IRA states that at a certain age, you have to take a certain percentage of your money out of your IRA each year so the IRS can tax you on the withdrawal. There is currently a formula that is used to calculate how much you're required to take out of your IRA when you turn said age, but most investment companies that offer IRAs will calculate the amount for you. This mandatory withdrawal is called a required minimum distribution. It can be difficult to leave the balance of your employer plan and/or IRA to your kids or beneficiaries other than your spouse because the amount you're required to withdraw from your retirement accounts increases as you age. On the other hand, you're not required to take distributions from your own Roth account, as required minimum distributions don't apply to this kind of account. For that reason alone, a Roth account can be a better vehicle than a traditional IRA to transfer wealth to your kids or non-spouse beneficiaries. What if you need to take money out of your retirement accounts early? If you need to take money out of your retirement account before you are age 59.5, you should research the rules of your employer's plan and research special rules called IRS Rule 72T and IRS Rule 72Q. The 72T rule refers to IRA and retirement plans, while 72Q refers to non-qualified annuity investments. There are further restrictions and rules surrounding Rules 72T and 72Q, which limits the amount you're allowed to take out under each rule. Requirements such as over how many years those withdrawals must take place are also involved. Even if you no longer need the income from those 72T and 72Q withdrawals, you still have to take them or face the possibility of paying a penalty. IRS Rule 72T could give you the opportunity to get some money out of your retirement account before age 59.5 without paying the 10% IRS penalty. In general, when you take money out of retirement accounts to spend, you will pay income tax. Yet there are ways to avoid the 10% IRS early withdrawal penalty if you meet certain qualifications or experience life events such as costs associated with mental and physical disabilities, medical expenses, waiting until you are older than age 59.5, paying health insurance premiums after employer layoff, paying for college, inheriting an IRA from a non-spouse, a first-time home purchase, covering costs for military service, and withdrawals taken as a series of annuity payments. Summary. Be aware that there are various rules and limits about when you put money in or take money out of retirement accounts. You really want to understand the current IRS rollover rules before attempting a rollover or transfer of a retirement account. There is currently no mandatory tax withholding when you take your money out of your IRA to spend. You control the percentage withheld from your IRA upon distribution. Consult with your CPA or tax advisor for the latest rules on retirement accounts before attempting to withdraw or transfer. Lesson 10. Beginning and Intermediate Investment Strategies. Just like you wouldn't head to the top of the mountain and straight to a double black diamond run and attempt a backflip your very first day on the slopes, learning the ropes and taking it slow as a beginning investor is key. The people who are successfully performing backflips on the most challenging terrain have put in years of work to develop their skills. Many beginner investors I speak with have unrealistic expectations of striking it rich. They don't want to put in the savings, time, and research effort to build a successful investment strategy. It's easy to understand how beginning investors can get overwhelmed. There's a vast number of investment selections and plenty of jargon. As a result, they either never start investing, or they go full in and put all their money in a single hot stock or cryptocurrency or lottery ticket. Going all in like that can be super high risk and is generally not an advisable or reliable retirement investment plan. While people do win the lottery, most lottery players do not win the big jackpot. Or while you might pick a winning startup company, many startups fail in the early stages of development. I advise meeting with an investment professional when you're first getting started, someone who can guide you and explain investment concepts and strategies in terms that make sense to you. And that will at least give you a second opinion on your investment ideas. Similar to taking group or private lessons on your first day on the mountain, it's best to get guidance and work with an expert, especially if you want to become an intermediate, advanced, or expert investor. Start on the investment bunny hill. Low risk, easy, open, and flat slopes. When skiing or snowboarding, you need to know some basics on your first day on the hill. How to click your bindings in, how your equipment works, the rules of the resort, and how to stand up straight with your equipment on. It can be awkward trying to get used to it all before you even attempt to go down the hill. You have to get your bearings and familiarize yourself with the feeling of sliding down the snowy slope. You might not even get on the chairlift your first day on the hill, or even your second day. You may only make it to the magic carpet at first, or simply walk only part way up the hill. And that's perfectly okay because you're a beginner. When it comes to investing, you need to start practicing and getting in the habit of building your savings muscle so you can begin investing. Think of the saving habit as the bunny hill of your investing foundation. Saving 10% of your daily, weekly, or monthly income is a great way to establish your savings muscle. Then set a schedule for when you will increase the amount you save. For example, you can increase your savings by an additional 10% per year each year, or double the amount you are saving each year. Your goal is to develop the habit of increasing your savings on a routine basis so that you can build your savings faster and faster. If you are just starting to build savings, you could begin building cash, bank savings, bank checking accounts, or nearly any other type of investment that you can access within a few days. Don't worry too much at first about the type of savings investment you are pursuing, because the point is to develop a savings habit. When you have enough savings to pay 3 months of bills, then begin to diversify into investments that will potentially increase in value or pay higher interest than what banks offer. Having your budget and an emergency fund of liquid cash enables you to avoid making the mistake of taking money out of your retirement accounts too early should an emergency occur. Remember, you're greatly penalized and taxed by cashing out even a portion of your individual retirement accounts, IRAs, Roth, and 401k before a certain age. Because of this, making sure your personal finances and budget are in order prior to investing can really prevent you from having to prematurely take money out, which means you can avoid early distribution penalties. Pay yourself first. Begin by saving a percentage of your income, even 5% if you are unable to start with the recommended 10%, so that you can start to invest in your future. You can start investing into retirement accounts as soon as you have a job and as long as you're adult age according to your state laws. Most states consider you a minor before 18, but some states consider you to be a minor until you reach 19 or 21. The sooner you get started, even if it's a few $100s a month, can seriously add up because of the compound effect I talked about in Lesson 7. Similar to being a first-time skier or snowboarder who asks seasoned friends or family for advice, you'll likely ask some friends and family for pointers as you begin investing. Your friend who is teaching you how to ski or snowboard may start by explaining the basics of learning how to slow down or stop on the slopes. Your gas versus brake instructions may sound something like this. If you position your skis in the shape of a slice of pizza, like a triangle, you're creating more friction with the edge of your ski, which can slow you down. This is sometimes also referred to as a snowplow, because the more extreme the angle of your skis, the more resistance you create as your skis start to plow the snow. Pizza anytime you need to slow down. In fact, you may choose to only pizza for the first few days until you get the hang of it. When you start to become comfortable with the pizza technique, you can move on to the next level, sometimes called French fries. Yes, these are actual terms in the ski world used to help kids and adults grasp the concept of skiing easily. You see how you need someone to give you very basic, easy-to-understand language when you're just starting out? Your friend might say something like this. If both of your skis are side by side, as if your feet are on train tracks pointing down the hill in the direction you are going, you'll create less resistance to the snow and begin to pick up speed and momentum. The parallel shape of your skis resembles two French fries. Position your skis as French fries to speed up. French fry stance to speed up, pizza stance to slow down. You learn the basics and foundation of any sport before you achieve more advanced levels, and the same is true for investing. If you're officially an investing beginner, maybe you picked up this book to get more familiar with investing and what to do. And I'm so happy you did. Maybe you've already asked some friends and family for advice and are ready to get started. The point is just to start. Start flexing your savings muscle by saving a set percentage of your income. Then automate your savings to make it easier, and increase the amount you save on a routine basis. If you make the mistake of thinking you will invest whatever you may have left over after your other bills are paid, you'll likely discover that nothing remains for investments. So save first, and if you end up with leftover funds after you have paid into your savings, then use that leftover amount to increase your routine savings. Green runs. Know your risks. Wide, mellow, groomed slopes. Another way to reduce the risk of owning stock in one company is to own stocks in multiple companies, or to own a mutual fund that buys stock in many companies. For example, if you invest everything in a startup and that company goes belly up, you might lose all of the money you sank into that startup. But on the other hand, if you own a mutual fund or stock portfolio that has 100 stocks in it and one of these companies goes belly up, the other 99 companies might be doing just fine. Therefore, you have reduced your risk because you did not lose all of your money in that investment. Another way to reduce risk is to diversify the size of the companies you own stock in. You might buy stock in large companies, as in the biggest companies in the world that are household names like Apple, Ford, Walmart, Coca-Cola, and Johnson & Johnson that generally have lots of cash, land, and buildings. Keep in mind that the larger the company, the less agile they may be in a fast-paced, changing environment. They may not be able to build a new factory overnight to produce a new product. Small companies, such as your imaginary startup company, could be less stable, though. They may be the next big thing, and you could make money fast, or you could lose your money overnight. Mid-sized companies fall in the middle, with some features of both big and small companies. Small companies may react differently than mid-size or large companies in various conditions. If you invested in a stock mutual fund that was actively managed, you would get exposure to a professional manager or team of managers who select the stocks the mutual fund will own. Some managers do great, and others do not. Managers come and go and move from investment company to investment company. Set your goal, develop a plan, select investments. When I emphasize the order of setting a goal, developing a plan, then selecting investments, I mean it's more advantageous for you. The good news is that the beginner stage is a great time to set financial goals and make a long-term plan. Here are examples of the goal-setting process. Example 1. A short-term goal. Goal: purchase a season pass. Plan: develop and commit to a savings process to save for your season pass each time you earn income. Select investments. Your investment selection may include cash in your wallet or piggy bank, bank checking, and an interest-bearing savings account. Example 2. An intermediate-term goal. Goal: purchase a second property. Plan: save and contribute routinely into growth-oriented investments. Select investments. Your investment selection may include growth-oriented stocks, mutual funds, exchange-traded funds, ETFs, index funds, unit investment trust, and money managers, as well as the investments in example number 1. Example number 3. A long-term goal. Goal: retire from a job that currently provides you the income you require. Plan: establish a variety of passive income sources, meaning making money while you sleep, that would exceed the income that you need to replace and ensure your income can increase in the future. This will help provide larger income when you need it and offset the rate of inflation. Select investments. In addition to the investments in examples 1 and 2, your investment selections may include a variety of income producers in the form of collecting dividends from income-focused stocks or stock mutual funds, interest from loans, rent, payments from annuities such as Social Security, and personal or company pensions. Blue runs: intermediate, low to medium risk, slightly steeper. It's time to start cruising once you move on from the beginner stage, and this should happen fairly quickly. Hopefully you're feeling more comfortable in your gear, getting on and off the chairlift, and speeding up and slowing down. You're feeling more comfortable and ready to hit the blue runs. Once you've gotten in the habit of saving and have an emergency fund of liquid cash you can rely on, it's time to meet with a financial advisor and set up your investment accounts. Don't feel rushed here. Take your time and keep it slow and steady. Meet with at least a couple financial advisors to get to know them as a person and professional, making sure you click. Just like you probably wouldn't want a friend or instructor who's yelling at you all day and making you feel foolish, the same should go for your advisor. That could make for a negative experience, and you might stop investing before you even start. Ask a lot of questions about different types of investments and investment accounts and how they work. Hopefully, you've learned more than your fair share with this book and can come well prepared. Ask about the advisor's fees, how long they've been in business, what the average returns have been for the investments you are considering, and who will continue to look after your investments if your original advisor retires. Make a list of all the questions that come to mind and ask follow-up questions if they start using language and concepts you're unfamiliar with or need help understanding. To make the best use of your time, do a thorough interview and make sure to complete any paperwork before you meet with an investment coach. They will likely ask about your current financial status and if you already have a 401k or other investment accounts. Once you find the right fit, you can ask the advisor to help you design an investment strategy to meet your objectives. Because part of the investment selection process involves answering questions, here are some considerations while you're on the blue runs. Do you want your investments to be conservative, moderate, or aggressive? Do you need your investments to provide income immediately? How long do you expect to remain invested before you need to use them for income in retirement? How long can you keep your money invested before you need to spend it? Planning your time horizon. When considering what investments will best serve your needs, you should consider something called the investment time horizon. As you can imagine, a generic time horizon thought process goes something like this. If you're under age 30, you can be very risky with your investments because you have a long time before you'll retire and need the money. If you're age 60 and planning to retire in 5 years, you need safe or low-risk investments because you'll likely need to spend some of the money when you retire. Your advisor should be able to explain to you in detail what investments are right for you based on your time horizon and recommend investments accordingly. You might be wondering, what about that later stage of your life when you're 80 to 90? You need some cash reserves. A general rule of thumb is to have about 3 to 6 months' worth of living expenses in cash or in a savings or checking account. A year or even 2 years of living expenses in cash or in a savings or checking account may be more appropriate for your situation and comfort level. Beyond your reserves, you may need at least some portion of your investments to be growth-oriented investments at any age, as everything you need to buy in life generally gets more expensive over time. The 2 basic ways to invest. To formulate a retirement plan and investment strategy that accommodates instabilities in the stock market and economy, I suggest the following techniques to cope with the fluctuations and volatility. There are 2 main ways to invest: loaning your money and earning interest, and owning assets. The first main way to invest is by loaning your money. If I asked you to loan me $10,000, what terms of the loan would you like to know? You might want to know if I have any collateral to offer, as in, I agree to give you my car if I cannot pay you back. What date in the future I will pay back your $10,000, as in, is the loan for 1 day, 1 month, or 1 year? How much interest I will pay you. Will it be 1%, 2%, 4%, or 8%? How often I will pay you interest. Once a month or once a year? What my sources of income are, and how much income I receive. And how reliable my ability to pay you back is. If the loan was a significant dollar amount, you might want to take out a life insurance policy on me to make sure you could get your money back in case I died before I could repay you. You might want to put all these agreements in writing, like an IOU, promissory note, or contract. If you and I created an agreement in writing about this $10,000 loan, it might say something as simple as, Tom Miller will pay you back the amount of $10,000 3 months from now with a 3% interest rate due at the end of the 3-month time frame. If Tom Miller is unable to pay you back on time with interest, you get Tom Miller's car. An investment world's version of loaning money is investing in bonds. In the world of bonds, for example, you could loan money to governments, corporations, insurance companies, or small businesses. The point is that you become a lender, and you still want to know when you will get your money back, whether there is collateral, how much interest you will be paid, and how often you will receive your interest payments. To attempt to consider the reliability of getting your money back, there are independent companies that come up with bond ratings. You could think of the best-rated bonds as being similar to loaning money to your friend who is very responsible and will likely pay you back on time or early with interest. Low-rated bonds are sometimes called junk bonds or high-yield bonds. You could think of the low-rated bonds as being similar to loaning money to your friend who is perhaps lovable but a bit irresponsible from time to time. He or she might miss an interest payment to you along the way, you might get paid late, or you may never get paid back at all. Unlike a fixed-rate certificate of deposit, or CD, at the bank, the price of bonds fluctuates. Fluctuations in bond price can be partly due to the interest rate set by the U.S. Federal Reserve. Bond prices can fluctuate up and down like the value of a property can fluctuate up and down. Let's take a look at some examples. If you owned a rental property and had renters who agreed to pay you $2,000 per month, the price of your rental property may fluctuate up and down, but your renters would still owe you $2,000 per month. If you owned a single bond and the issuer of the bond agreed to pay you $2,000 per month, the price of your bond may fluctuate up and down on the market, but the issuer would still owe you $2,000 per month. The second main way to invest is by owning an asset. You can own an asset by owning a share of a company. If you had a great idea for a new startup company, you could ask me to invest $10,000 in your business to help you start and grow your new company. In return for investing $10,000 in your startup company, I might say, I want a percentage share in your company. I might then further negotiate a deal with you by saying, I will commit $10,000 to be invested in your company, but I want a 20% share in your company, and I want 10% of all future sales. If you agreed, I would be a shareholder in your company, and I would own part of your company. I would want to be paid my portion of your sales, share in the appreciation of your company's value, and get reports on the earnings and future projections on your company. In the investment world, this is the basic concept of stock ownership. In contrast to bonds or loans, notice that with stock ownership, there is no set date of when you get your money back, no collateral, and no set interest rate to be paid. You can use my $10,000 to do as you see fit in getting your company running. I would hope you and your company would do well and become more profitable and valuable over time so that my share in your company could become worth a lot of money. Simply put, when you own stock in a company, you are the owner of an asset. When you own bonds, you are a lender. Now that you're cruising along and getting more familiar with the world of investing, it might be time to consider the more advanced black diamond runs. Before you get to the next higher difficulty stage, you should have a solid relationship with an advisor who you're working with and be ready and willing to take on more risk. Summary. Prioritize your savings first, then paying your bills, not the other way around. Start investing by developing a savings habit, then increase the amount you are saving on a routine basis. When your savings can cover 3 months of your bills, then diversify into investments with potentially higher returns. The two main ways to invest are loaning your money or purchasing and owning an asset. Seek the help and recommendations of a seasoned investment professional. Lesson 11. Advanced Investment Strategies and the First Descent. Once you've conquered everything from the bunny hill to blue runs of investments, you've built solid experience for the rougher terrain ahead. Now you're prepared to pursue advanced investment strategies. Black diamond. Advanced and more technical terrain, medium to high risk, steeps and bumps ahead. Once you've conquered everything from the bunny hill to blue runs of investments, you've built solid experience for the rougher terrain ahead. Now you're prepared to pursue advanced investment strategies. You should feel confident with your advisor and your own education on investing topics by this point, so you're ready to take on more technical investment strategies. If you are well diversified in investment styles, perhaps not all of your investments would go up or down at any given time. Here are 5 possible investment styles and examples to help you diversify. Number 1. Savings. Money you have access to quickly. This includes cash in a bank checking or savings account, money market funds, and liquid investments that are considered to be conservative. Number 2. Income for life. A steady and dependable paycheck for the rest of your life. Examples include Social Security, pensions, and payments from lifetime income annuities. Number 3. Non-correlative, not the stock market. Investments that have the goal of making you money but either do not trade on the stock or bond markets or are designed not to follow the general stock market trends. Examples include a loan to your friend, real estate, collectibles, private company investments, or commodities like cattle, wheat, orange juice, oil, gold, toilet paper, and coffee beans. Number 4. Investments, higher risk investments. Long-term investments that have the time to compound for 10, 20, 30 years and have the goal of higher returns over time. Examples include stocks or stock mutual funds, venture capital startup companies, hedge funds, and any investments that are considered long-term and higher risk. Number 5. Hybrid savings and insurance. Some styles of life insurance and long-term care insurance, sometimes called hybrid policies, have an additional savings feature or investment component that you can access without having to trigger or qualify for claims on your policy. In other words, it becomes a hybrid of savings and investment plus insurance coverage. A simple diversification strategy for your investment portfolio would include stocks, bonds, and cash. Know your options and read the fine print. With the variety of investments, consider all of your options and read the fine print. You need to understand all of the details before investing your hard-earned money. Investing only in one single company stock could mean that the success or failure of your investment depends on the success or failure of that solitary company. In contrast, a stock mutual fund that holds stocks from multiple companies allows you to reduce the risk of being exposed to the performance of just a single company. Imagine that I managed a stock mutual fund. I might name the stock mutual fund Tom's Top 20 Stocks. I would use 20 in the name because I would only typically own 20 stocks in the companies that I thought were the best. If you were to invest in my Tom's Top 20 Stocks fund, I might offer options to invest in my fund called share classes. That means levels of investing, but more specifically, variations on when and how much you will pay the cost to own the investment. Let's take a look at some share classes if you were to invest in my hypothetical mutual fund. Option A would allow you to purchase Class A shares of my fund. Investing in my Class A shares would mean I might charge you 5% on the front end and an ongoing small-sized annual maintenance charge of perhaps 1% annually. If you were to invest $1,000 in Class A shares of the Tom's Top 20 Stocks Fund, your first statement might state your balance as $950 instead of $1,000 because of the front-end charge of 5%. Option B would allow you to purchase Class B shares without a front-end charge, but if you wanted to cash out of your investment, I would charge you on the back end to withdraw your money. I might charge you 4% to get out in the first year, 3% in the second year, 2% in the third year, 1% in the fourth year, and by the fifth year, I would not charge you a fee to get out. Because I did not collect 5% on the front end, I would charge a medium-sized ongoing annual maintenance charge of perhaps 1.5% annually. If you were to invest $1,000 in Class B shares of the Tom's Top 20 Stocks Fund, you would get your purchase statement showing your balance as $1,000, but I would charge you a penalty to get out within 4 years of your purchase date. Option C would allow you to invest in my fund with no front-end or back-end load. But because I am not going to charge you to get in or out, I would charge a larger ongoing annual maintenance charge of maybe 2%. And to discourage you from investing for 3 months, cashing out, and investing again 2 months later, I would say if you invested in a Tom's Top 20 Stocks Fund, I will charge you 1% if you cash out any time within a year of investing in my fund. After that, you can cash out if you need to, and I will not charge you to redeem your investment. If you were to invest $1,000 in Class C shares of the Tom's Top 20 Stocks Fund, you would get your purchase statement showing your balance as $1,000, but I would charge you to get out within 1 year of your purchase date. Option D would be an offering if you said you wanted to invest millions or billions into my fund. I would likely offer you a price break for purchasing in large volume, as well as my lowest cost of annual maintenance charges. I might even call this option an institutional share class. To keep things simple, whatever option you chose to invest in my fund, you would still be investing in the same 20 stocks that I thought were the top 20. I would not be offering other different stocks or a different number of stocks in the different share class options. Regardless of the option you chose, I would charge you something to invest in my hypothetical fund to help pay for my investment experience, the company's customer service team, research staff, and our work tracking your investments and sending you statements. Other investments may offer a similar structure of investment offerings. Research, consider, and know the various fees associated with what you're putting your money in. Now that you've had some time and experience under your belt, and hopefully have a solid diversification strategy, you may consider different investing styles and attempt a double black diamond. Double black diamond. Experts only. High to serious risk. Obstacles exist. Diversifying into different investment styles, such as passive versus active investments, can reduce risks associated with heavy reliance on only one strategy. Just like the classic debate of which is better, skiing or snowboarding, the same debate is prevalent in the world of investing when it comes to actively managed funds versus passively managed funds. In this classic investment question, I generally find that, related to the skiing versus snowboarding debate, the answer often depends on the person providing the answer and their investment philosophy belief system. Another classic investment question is, are annuities a good investment or a bad investment? More details on annuities can be found in upcoming investment level-up called The Orange Terrain. Like owning skis and a snowboard, you can own both active and passive investment strategies simultaneously, knowing that one strategy may outperform the other from time to time. Actively managed funds are managed by a human or a team of humans who make decisions such as whether to buy, hold, or sell based upon their investment philosophy. In contrast, a passive investment fund may simply follow a market index, with no human or team of humans making investment decisions. A strong argument can be made for and against each investment style, as both have strengths as well as weaknesses. You may simply prefer one investment style over the other. If the stock market crashed, do you believe that you would be more likely to stay the course holding an active or passive investment? Would you be more confident owning both active and passive investments during difficult times in the market and economy? Some savings is better than no savings philosophy applies to the investment strategy debate. In other words, pick one or pick both passive and active investment styles, but invest for your future and the future of your loved ones either way. To add perspective to the passive versus active investment strategy debate, the best investment style, in my opinion, is the strategy that would ensure that you would not panic out of the investment during a crash in the economy or stock market. This means that you continue to hold your investment even if you see it decline in value in the short term, having faith that you will have larger positive returns in the long term. You should even be willing to invest more during a crash in the economy or stock market if it would benefit your investment strategy and achieve your goals more effectively and efficiently. The rebalancing technique. Once you've achieved diversity, there is a technique that many investments and investment companies can now perform automatically called rebalancing. Rebalancing works like this. Imagine you have set up a simple investment mix that consisted of only two investment styles. If you had $200 to invest and you invested $100 in stocks and $100 in bonds for a year, you would have a 50% stock and 50% bond investment mix. At the end of the year, it's likely that one of those investments did better than the other. Your stocks might have lost money and are now worth $75, and your bonds paid interest and are now worth $110, so you no longer have a perfectly equal 50-50 mix. Overall, your investments may be worth more or less than your original $200. At the end of the year, you take some profits out of whatever made money because it was in favor and shift them to whatever fell out of favor. In this case, you take some of the profits by selling off some of the bonds and use those profits to buy more stocks. You go right back to your original 50-50 mix, meaning half in stocks and half in bonds. You might have 10 investment categories and put 10% in each investment, and at the end of the year, go right back to 10% in each category. The rebalancing technique forces you to sell high when you've made some profits and buy low when something has fallen out of favor and is on sale. A goal of rebalancing can be to ensure you aren't too aggressive, conservative, or concentrated in any one investment at any given time. When you achieve true diversity and use the rebalancing technique, you have a solid investment strategy foundation. At this point, you should definitely be feeling like a seasoned investor and pro on the investment mountain. You are comfortable and extremely confident on the hill and can face almost any obstacle. Even in times when the stock market is down and the rest of the world is panicking, you are calm and cool, knowing you are well diversified and there's no need to worry. You will make it safely down the hill no matter what comes at you. There is, however, one more level to consider. But this is in no way a beginner strategy or one that I recommend for my clients. Do it yourself or DIY investing. Orange terrain. Extremely difficult and high risk, out of bounds, enter at your own risk. This DIY investment strategy is like the orange terrain of an intimidating mountain. It isn't for the faint of heart, and it should be taken with extreme caution. Only the most seasoned financial gurus should consider this, but often I hear stories of beginner investors who try to invest and figure it out on their own and end up losing lots of money. Just like you probably wouldn't attempt your own dental work or knee surgery, you probably shouldn't attempt putting your life savings on the line and investing yourself, unless you're a seasoned or licensed professional. Here's my personal strategy, being self-employed for my entire career and being a licensed professional investor. As a word of caution, do not attempt on your own if you are a beginner investor. Since I've been self-employed nearly my whole life, I've never worked for a company that offered a retirement savings plan or pension plan. I've had to design my own pension. For my personal pension, I have selected an investment called a variable annuity. Variable means that I have investment choices that vary up and down with the market. Annuity means that the annuity company that I invest with promises to pay me paychecks for as long as I live. I do some of my most aggressive investing picks inside my variable annuity because the annuity company guarantees my paychecks will not go down as long as I follow their rules. My statement from the annuity company shows me the exact amount that my paycheck from the annuity company will be. Like with Social Security, the longer I wait to pull income from my annuity, the bigger my paychecks can be when I need the income in retirement. I currently own 5 annuities, each one with different features and expected time horizons. I plan to begin pulling income from the first one at age 60, the second at 65, the third at 70, the fourth at 75, and the final at 80. 2 out of my 5 annuities have features that pay me higher income if I need to be in a nursing home. If I thought annuities were a poor investment, I would not own any annuities. Annuities are only part of my entire diversified investment portfolio and overall retirement income strategy. My happiest retired clients are my clients who have multiple steady sources of passive income. Even very wealthy investors feel miserable and highly stressed and anxious when they are losing money in their stocks, bonds, venture capital startup companies, hedge funds, real estate, commodities, and the hottest newfangled speculation trends. Most variable annuities fall into 2 main categories. 1. Those that offer bigger income and few to no investment choices, and 2. Those that offer a smaller income with more investment choices. Besides variable annuities, there are fixed annuities that pay you a fixed interest rate as opposed to a variable interest rate. I chose to invest in variable annuities for the chance of higher returns for a few of my annuity investments. There are also indexed annuities that promise to protect income but usually only give you a portion of the returns of whatever index you select. For example, if the index you select goes up by 18% one year, your portion of that 18% return is at most 2%. In some of the indexed annuities, your returns are capped at some rate set by the annuity company. I own annuity investments consisting of index annuity strategies that are the savings component feature inside my hybrid savings, life insurance, chronic illness, critical illness, long-term care insurance policies. There are also annuities that offer no protection and no guarantees, but they do offer tax deferral similar to other retirement accounts, such as a 401k, IRA, or Roth. To further complicate things, there are hybrid annuities that are a combination of annuity styles. For example, you might hear the term fixed indexed annuity, which is a flexible option but often incurs significant fees. Do you see how complicated all this could make beginner investors feel, and why understanding the fine print and being a seasoned pro before attempting this kind of strategy is important? Because annuities offer guarantees, many of them will charge you penalties if you take your money out before a certain amount of time has passed. The penalties are often called contingent deferred sales charges, and they can last for many years depending on the annuity company. Some annuities do not have any contingent deferred sales charges. In other words, there's no penalty from the annuity to take your money out. The IRS, however, has early withdrawal penalties that can still apply to these annuities. My investment goal for my own variable annuity investments is to make sure my basic bills are covered in retirement and to help replace or supplement any Social Security checks I may receive. My investment goal for my index annuity hybrid policies is to provide me with insurance protection from expenses in the event I am hurt or sick or disabled or incapacitated, and to help my beneficiaries cover taxes when they receive an inheritance from me. Investments with the goal of mitigating inflation risk, or cost of everything you need to buy getting more expensive over time, could offer lots of liquidity and values that change rapidly, such as stocks, stock mutual funds, stock ETFs, or stock index funds, and the price of natural resources. An investment with the goal of dealing with market risk, or investments that trade on the stock exchanges and therefore fluctuate day to day and even minute to minute, could be one that offers less liquidity, such as your home, non-traded real estate investment trusts, or REIT, non-traded business development corporations, non-traded master limited partnerships, annuities, and non-traded private equity. An investment that could have the goal of dealing with interest rate risk, or investments that can be affected by rising or falling interest rates, could be Treasury inflation protected securities, or TIPS, floating rate short-term versus long-term bonds, or loans. There are other advanced strategies including hedge funds, put or call options, futures contracts, foreign currency exchange, technical analysis, day trading, and more fancy investing terms. But since this isn't an advanced investment playbook and is instead intended to be your trail map to investing for a wonderful retirement, I'll stop here for now. First descent. The behavior of the investor wild card. The term first tracks refers to when a skier or snowboarder enjoys an area of powder snow before anyone else. A first descent is a term used in backcountry that pertains to thrill seekers laying claim to be the first person to have started at the summit of a mountain that has yet to have been skied and is considered adventurous and extreme. Anything goes in uncharted territory. Expect the unexpected on the descent of all new terrain. Here are some questions that attempt to explain the significance of the behavior of the investor. When you find yourself in a frightening and new-to-you investing situation, how do you react in the moment when it is happening? Will your emotions and feelings cause you to make the wrong decision, causing you short-term relief but long-term pain? Will you make the right decision to stay the course? I had just graduated from high school in 1995. I had the wonderful experience of taking a fishing vacation to Mazatlan, Mexico with my dad and friends Neil and Justin. We stayed at the El Cid Hotel right on the beach. The trip took place in July, and it was hot to say the least. I remember eating ice cream down there in Mexico in an air-conditioned ice cream parlor. I was still sweating when Justin said, "Look out that window. There are football players in all black uniforms playing football." Sure enough, there they were out in the hot sun. I was thinking I would likely die if I attempted to play football in that kind of heat, wearing all black in the middle of the day. The locals were used to the heat, but coming straight from the snowy mountains, I certainly was not. I thought, I bet those Mazatlan locals would be freezing if they traveled to where I'm from in the mountains, because even in the summer the temperature often dips below 40 at night. At sunset, when it cooled off to what felt like only 180 degrees, we would go out on the beach near the hotel. One night on the beach in Mexico, my hero, mentor, and dad passed down years of investing knowledge and wisdom by gesturing to the waves at our feet. Life, he explained, is like the tide of this ocean, constantly in motion, never static. Relationships, emotions, and certainly investments ebb and flow. There will be good times and bad times. People will come and go. The temperature could be hot or cold. We sure experienced hot today. Some cycles are long while others are short, but particular styles of investment fall in and out of favor and therefore can be cyclic in nature. At age 18, I was lucky enough to realize and have a discussion with my dad about the housing prices in my hometown that had recently seen a very long run-up. We assumed we would see housing prices eventually turn down before returning to generally increasing value over time. Of course, we weren't sure when the cycle would begin or end. It was several years later, but sure enough, we witnessed the major housing price fluctuations that I explained in Lesson 5. As you recall, my friends were saying, bet it all on the real estate market always going up. I told you that story because it is very normal for investments of all kinds to fluctuate up and down. Some media outlets need to provide content and catchy headlines 24/7. As you know, there can be an entertainment side to news stories, and sensationalizing a story is common practice. If the lead story of the stock market news coverage was the same every single day and never changed, it might read, "This is very normal. Investments of all kinds fluctuate up and down like this as part of the natural cycle." You might find this to be dull news. The media outlets need to make the investment story somehow seem dramatic or unique or scary or emotional. They want you to feel you must tune in the next minute or hour or day to see how the world ends. I must admit the news media is good at this, and it can be very entertaining. Remember, though, that you can simply turn off the news to see if it helps you to remove or reduce anxiety or emotions about your investments. You shouldn't bury your head in the sand and ignore your investments or current events, but keep in mind the reasons you chose that investment in the first place. Step back to gain some long-term perspective. Can you leave your money invested long enough to ride out the ups and downs of the cycle? Like lemmings jumping off a cliff, unsuccessful investors can be their own worst enemy and make the mistake of being reactionary to world and market events, overhyped trends, and fear-encouraging news headlines. Successful investors stick with their plan, keep a long-term perspective, continue to act on their investment strategies and retirement plans to achieve their goals. Summary. You can own a variety of investments with the goal to reduce specific types of risk. The more types you own and the more diverse your investment portfolio becomes, you're improving your ability to reduce risk. Here is a broad, quick summary of the many answers to the questions, what should I invest in and where will my money come from? Savings. Income for life. Social Security, pensions, and payments from lifetime income annuities. Non-correlative, not stock market. Investments. Loans, like bonds. Assets, like common stock ownership and mutual funds or groups of stocks. Creating your own pension. Annuities. Considerations. Fees, investment quality, and results. Your comfort level with risk. Lesson 12. Why do you want low fees? I love a good bargain as much as anyone, but buyer beware. Explaining the concepts contained in this chapter to my students, I find that even the most eager individuals tend to react like I am speaking a foreign language. I have experienced individuals who many consider to be highly intelligent struggle to grasp the conclusions presented in this lesson. To help translate this information, I have included several examples to illuminate the complexity of the cost-to-own investments. Many people feel that low fees are the best and the only way to go, but there are various and potentially uncomfortable realities to think about when looking at investments and understanding fees. You have to think about a variety of things, including results, diversification, experience of the advisors and managers, and resources. What value are you receiving with the fees you may be paying? Comparable to any purchase you've made in the past, a balance between cost and quality exists in the investment universe. Many of my long-term clients have thanked me for helping them understand what they are paying for when it comes to fees that investment companies and insurance companies charge. I am confident you're up to the challenge of understanding these concepts. Separating Fantasy from Reality, Part 1. Fantasy. If every investment in the universe paid exactly 5% interest, then the investment decision would be simple because your investment selection process would be based solely on the price tag. If an investment company charged you 4% for an investment that made 5% interest, then you would end up with 1%. If a competing company only charged you 1% and made 5% interest, you would end up with 4% and select the competing company because you would net better results and make more money. Reality. Not all investments that pay exactly 5% interest are created equal. When you are investing, you pay somewhere, somehow, someone, and some way in some form. Cost comes in multiple formats. For example, my friend and I purchased pieces of plastic that were in the shape of snowboards with built-in one-size-fits-none bindings from a big box mart for roughly 10% of the cost of the latest top-of-the-line snowboard and binding sets offered at our local snowboard specialty shops. For the maiden voyage of our cheap snowboards, we selected a short, snowy run that we had enjoyed countless times over 30 years. To make our adventure more entertaining, the familiar run we chose began at 11,990 feet. We challenged ourselves to complete an entire top-to-bottom run at Loveland Pass in Colorado, riding our new 90% off rock-bottom priced equipment. We were able to laugh at each other for falling multiple times as if we had never been on a snowboard before during the mostly miserable run. We both had to walk partway down the run carrying our new low-cost junk under our arms in shame. You could say we certainly found the challenge we were searching for, and we got what we paid for. We went the cheap route with our new snowboards and paid the price. Take into account the ideas, concepts, and considerations outlined in this lesson when looking at investment fees. Remember, the cheaper or lower fees are not always better. You have to consider the cost and quality of what you're paying for. Personal beliefs can also come into play when considering how much you'll pay in fees. Just like one person might believe going on a 6-week vacation to Europe is over the top, that might be a routine reality for someone else. For example, markets exist for super saver economy hotel rooms as well as luxury executive hotel suites. Or in another example, if your top focus is on good health, you may spend a lot of your time doing yoga, exercising, and going to the gym, but maybe your work life suffers. How much things cost and what you spend your money and time on are always personal. It's all about perspective and what you believe to be true and important to you. Do you place a high value or low value on money? Is personal finance a high or low priority for you? Separating Fantasy from Reality, Part 2. Fantasy. Bumblebees have a big and fat body with little wings. If you were going to board an airplane shaped like a bumblebee, with a fat body and tiny wings, you may think on the surface, this bumblebee-looking plane does not look very flight-worthy. While researching bumblebees, imagine you find a report that sounds something like this. In a recent, expensive, multi-year study, the best and the brightest scientists and experts have concluded and proven once again through body mass, height, and weight calculations and by analyzing the physics of the bumblebee that it's certainly impossible for the bumblebee to fly. You might think, even though these scientists and experts proved that bumblebees can't fly, judging by the behavior of bumblebees you see flying around, the bumblebee must not have gotten the memo on the study that proves it is impossible for the bumblebee to fly. I bring up the bumblebee because I think it relates to investing in many ways, such as the possibility of misinformation or biased studies. It also reminds me of something I learned from one of my most respected investment mentors. Reality. My mentor said, if you buy what you think is the best investment in the world when it is highly priced and sell it when it is at a low price, you lose money. If you buy what you think is the worst investment in the world when it is low and sell it when it is high, you make money. I believe my mentor meant that investor behavior and perception, driven primarily by fear and greed, are what really drive the markets and price. In my experience, people who are jumping in and out of the market at the wrong time end up with the worst results. Patience is key when it comes to creating wealth long term. Impatient investors often pay in the form of losing money or missing out on good long-term returns. Patience comes with trusting that you are working with someone who knows your plan and knows when you want to retire. They're making sure you are in the right investments to reach your goals. The fact is, the stock market will fluctuate, but when you create a plan and stick to it, you will almost always reach your desired results. Before selecting investments. To determine your priorities and make informed strategic choices, consider the following questions. What do you believe is better, an investment with high fees or an investment with low fees? If you believe low fees are always better than high fees, then are no fees better than low fees? If you believe no fees are simply the way to go, then why would a no-fee savings account at the bank or some fixed or indexed annuities that offer to pay you a percentage and charge you no fees, and even add some additional protection and guarantees, not be the ultimate type of investment? What are the downsides and risks, and what can go wrong when you invest in a savings account at the bank or a fixed or indexed annuity, or any investment that you are considering? How much does a savings account at the bank or fixed or indexed annuity pay? How do the interest rates with those investments compare to the annual rate of inflation? Does the investment you are considering have any hidden fees? What do you believe is a reasonable fee to pay? What do you think is an unreasonable fee to pay? Do you get the best quality, service, value, or durability from the lowest cost option? How do you know that an investment is a low fee? In other words, what is the fee low in comparison to? Side note: if something is advertised as free, make sure you read the fine print. The entity that placed the ad has to be making money somehow. Not everyone is an heir to a large fortune, simply spending their time improving humanity. The cost is built in somewhere along the way, so make sure you do your research and run a long-term analysis. Just like most people think buying a car with 0% interest is a great deal, you have to consider the total price you pay for the car, which is almost always the highest ticket price, and the depreciation when you drive it off the lot. In an attempt to help you answer all of the questions, here are some ideas to consider when it comes to investing and understanding fees. Are you considering your results? If you hand me $100 and one day later I hand you back $200, is that a good or bad investment? If your answer is a good investment, how many times would you like to hand me $100 when one day later I hand you back $200 in return? Your answer is probably as many times as possible. What if I later sent you a statement that disclosed that out of the $100 you invested in our transaction, I charged you $10 because I charge 10% in fees? Would you care? Would you still like the fact that you doubled your money? Would you be tempted to try your luck with another offer that charged 9% instead of 10% for this transaction? What if I sent you a statement that said, out of your $100 you invested in our transaction, I charged you $100 because I charge 100% in fees? Would you care, or would you still like to hand me $100 in return for $200? Obviously, fees are an important consideration. Once again, fear and greed play a role when it comes to investing. Like knowing the details of an investment's fees, it's also important to investigate an investment's quality for yourself. Determining a quality investment. How do you go about determining what is the best investment quality and what is poor investment quality? Well, there are many techniques and factors to consider when it comes to selecting investments. Wouldn't it be great if the investment selection process were as simple as only comparing fees? Like anything in life, usually you get what you pay for, and the investment world is no exception. Would you buy used underwear at the thrift store? A convincing argument could be made that you can save a lot of money buying all of your underwear at the thrift store. Do you believe it's a good idea to carry no car insurance, no homeowner's insurance, no health insurance, no life insurance, heck, no insurance of any kind to save money? Think of all the money you could save with no insurance for protection. A low-cost, generic brand of an item at the grocery store might be just fine for some purposes, but not all. Have you ever paid a little extra for some particular brand of toothpaste, shampoo, or food at the grocery store because you believe it's worth the quality, taste, consistency, or reliability? Is eating cheap fast food for every meal a good or bad idea? Considering the Super Size Me documentary based on eating McDonald's for every meal that resulted in the documentarian's health decline, I'm going to say the answer is a hard no. At grocery stores that offer a rewards program, when you see that today you saved $10.25 by shopping with us, do you think about how much money you saved and how shopping at this store every day will save you a fortune? Or do you think about the $120 you just spent? Are you really getting a discount? Don't get me wrong, there is nothing wrong with some low or no-fee investments as part of your diversification strategy. But considering the cost of owning an investment should be a part of your selection process, not the only consideration in the investment selection process. Before you simply invest in something that you have determined has low fees, it's important to understand why the investment has low fees. What if the industry standard for a particular type of investment charges at least 20% in fees? Would you immediately rule this investment out because of that 20% in fees price tag? An example of an investment that can typically have 20% or more in fees is real estate. If you buy real estate for $100,000, you may pay 10% in closing costs, or in this case, $10,000. If your real estate then appreciates to $1 million and you sell it, you may pay another 10% in closing costs. In this case, 10% of the $1 million is $100,000, not to mention any additional fees of any mortgage interest, home repairs, HOA dues, or improvements you paid along the way. Pretty soon, your initial investment of $100,000 has seen fees of well over $110,000. However, if you bought real estate for $100,000 and were able to sell it for $1 million, is that a good or a bad investment despite the fees you incurred along the way? Paying for experience. Do you believe experience matters more than fees? If you are beginning a new career or new profession in a field in which you had no prior experience, you may get paid a low starting wage for your first day on the job. Why? The answer is, well, it's your first day on the job and you have no experience. If you kept working that job for 30 years and became an expert and rose to the top of your field, would you be able to earn more than a starting wage? Of course, because your knowledge and experience are likely worth something. You pay for investment experience in the world of investing as well. If you had your choice of 2 space shuttles, one space shuttle with a pilot and co-pilots, the other with no pilot, which space shuttle would you get on? The price of the airline ticket of the airplane with no pilot might be far less than the price of an airline ticket for the plane that comes with a pilot. Think of all the money you would save by flying with the all-new, no-pilot airlines. What could possibly go wrong on a space shuttle with no pilot? After all, the technology already exists to fly planes and spacecrafts with no pilot. Can you fly the plane yourself? Is it better to have help flying the plane from someone who has more experience flying than you do? A pilot may not have built the airplane, and certainly does not control the weather, but the pilot and flight crew are there to get you from point A to B safely and on time. Would you rather walk, ride a bike, drive, or take a train instead of fly. As you can see, there are many things to consider based on your comfort level, price you are willing to pay, and perceived safety level. An experienced investment manager or team of managers is there to help you achieve your investment goals, and those investment managers do not control the economy, the stock market, or the political weather. You can't always control the exact results, but you can control your perceptions, decisions, and actions. It's critical that you must remain focused on the things you can control, especially when you are an investor during times of bad weather in the stock market and economy. When considering who's managing your investments, here are a few important questions to ask. How many years of experience does the manager have? Is there a team of managers? Is there no manager at all? Are your returns limited or capped in some way? Can you only make a fixed percentage per year? What has been the track record of the manager or team of managers? Some investments and investment strategy programs are managed and designed by a computer program. They are cheap because the company does not have to pay salaries or benefits to an experienced manager or team of managers. Here are some basic questions regarding investing based on a computer formula, also known as robo-advisors. Do you think artificial intelligence can care as much as a human? Do you trust the latest technology to get you the best return? What could go wrong with no humans involved? Is there a human-based customer service department there for you if something goes wrong or if you have questions? Who wrote the computer program? Did the programmer have more experience and success in investing or selling software programs? Do results matter to you more than fees? Can the computer program use intuition combined with intelligence to make decisions while managing feelings at the same time? It's important to understand who is managing your investments and what their track record is. Working with a caring and socially intuitive advisor is often worth the price instead of doing it yourself or using robo-advisors. They will tailor their suggestions based on you and your goals, helping you determine what constitutes a quality investment for you. Understanding results, net of fees, minus fees, despite fees, after fees. What if you invested in 3 different investments and examined the results to determine how much money you actually made minus fees? Some refer to this concept as results net of fees. Let's review these in the context of school grades. In investment A+, you invest $100, wait a year, and after fees, your statement says $200. Your results net of fees are a profit of $100. In investment B, average, you invest $100, wait a year, and after fees your statement says $120. Your results net of fees are a profit of $20. In investment C-, you invest $100, wait a year, and after fees your statement says $90. Your results net of fees are a loss of $10. I would guess you like investment A+ the best. Why? Despite fees, investment A+ doubled your money. Investment A+ made you the most money. In other words, investment A+ had the best results. The results were that you invested $100 and got $200 back. What if the fees for investment A+ were usually in the range of 1% to 50%, but could be much more? Would you rather select investment B, average, or C- and have less desirable results? When it comes to investing, remember to consider the results. With investment C-, you invested $100, waited a year, and after fees your statement said $90. You lost money, and you would probably be upset if investment C- charged you any fees at all. If investment C- had the lowest fees, or no fees at all, would you still say that the lowest fee was all that mattered in the investment selection process? If you did, you'd be ignoring the results of investment A plus or B average because investment A plus and B average had higher fees than C minus. Is the doctor killing or helping the patient? If you go to the doctor because you're experiencing fatigue, headaches, and stomach pain, and are gaining weight because you are on a steady diet of junk food, what do you think the doctor will recommend as treatment for you? If the doctor recommends a change in behavior, as in a healthier diet, more exercise, and proper rest, would you follow all of the doctor's advice? Would you follow all of the advice of an investment advisor? Remember, when it comes to investing, some variables such as value and experience and results and fees are important. Yet they can all become nearly irrelevant when compared to the behavior of the investor. In my experience, the more often investors jump in and out of investments, the worse their results become. You want an advisor who understands your situation and doesn't act impulsively, like cashing out everything at once or only investing in one kind of investment vehicle. This is why you should interview and meet with your advisor often to ensure you're on the same page. An advisor should be able to help you decipher some of the more complicated terms related to fees and the fine print. Owning a variety of investment vehicles. Some investments have a higher cost to own than others. Why? Well, just like the weather can and does change quickly, the stock market can fluctuate quickly too. I grew up in the mountains where the elevation of my home is about 9,000 feet above sea level. A joke from my hometown goes, "If you don't like the weather, wait 20 minutes." This is because the weather often changes from sunny and warm to snowy in a few moments. Road conditions can change just as fast as the weather, which can make driving hazardous. Driving in the snow, you might see a sports car or motorcycle struggling in the snow, or an inexperienced driver flooring it in an SUV. Sometimes that's the case because they've seen too many car commercials where the SUV is blasting through deep snow. Then, a few miles down the road, you might see the very same SUV upside down off the side of the road. If you lived in the mountains, you could own a motorcycle, a convertible, a snowplow, a snowmobile, and an SUV. But obviously, you can probably only drive one vehicle at a time, and it can be difficult to select the right vehicle due to quickly varying road conditions. Luckily, when it comes to investing, you can be invested in several investment vehicles at once. Is the only expense of owning a vehicle the price you pay for the vehicle? After you buy a car, you still might have to pay for gas, oil, tires, parking, taxes, license plates, registration, electricity, tune-ups, repairs, insurance, and on and on. Why are some vehicles more expensive than others? What are you comfortable paying for your vehicle to get you from point A to point B? In the mountains, if it's snowing and there is ice on the road, your racing motorcycle is not going to do as well as it would if it were sunny and warm. If it's sunny and the roads are dry and you're driving a snowplow, you're wasting time and fuel. In the investment world, your aggressive growth investment vehicle might do great when the stock market is going up, but not do well and lose money when the stock market is going down. On the other hand, your stable, conservative, capital preservation type investment vehicle might not do as well as your aggressive growth investments when the market is going up quickly. Yet it may be just the right choice when the market is going down. Once again, if you have a truly diverse mix of investment vehicles, I believe you can increase your chances of arriving at your destination despite various and unexpected conditions. Summary. When it comes to fees, you pay somewhere, somehow, someone, and some way, in some form. Consider results, diversification, experience of the advisors and managers, and resources as part of the cost of owning investments. Ask yourself, what value am I receiving with the fees I'm paying? Some investments have a manager or team of managers, and that is why they can have a higher annual expense than other lower annual expense investments that are managed by a computer program. It's important to understand why the investment has low fees. Remember to consider the results. In other words, how much money did you end up with despite fees? Some investment choices are more expensive than others, but you often get what you pay for. Lesson 13. Why you and your family need a long-term care and end-of-life plan. My dad began teaching me how to drive when I was a very young boy. One sunny summer afternoon, Dad was driving his beat-up and rusty 1971 Chevy Suburban, and I was riding in the passenger seat. The vehicle had seen better days and was slowly falling apart. We named the green and white Suburban CJ, short for Clunk Junk. We were about a quarter of a mile from home when Dad stopped the car right in the middle of the dirt road that led to our house. We lived in a small neighborhood with very little traffic, a great place for me to practice. When the car came to a complete stop, he turned to me and said, "Would you like to drive the rest of the way home?" I really wanted to drive, but I was only 5 years old and about 3.5 feet tall at the time. If my feet were on the gas and brake pedals, I could not see where we were going because I was too short. I could see where we were going if I stood on the driver's seat, but then I could not reach the pedals. Even if I could have been able to see over the steering wheel and reach the pedals at the same time, I did not know how to drive. I looked at my dad in disbelief and laughed because I thought he was kidding. When I realized he was serious, I said, "I don't know how to drive." My dad said, "Don't worry, I will show you." My dad slid back in his seat away from the steering wheel. He kept his hands on the wheel and his feet on the pedals while I stood on his lap and grabbed the wheel. He explained some basics to me and told me if I gave a verbal stop command, he would press the brake, go command, and he would press the gas. It was completely exciting and intimidating at the same time. While we were stopped, it took my whole body to move the steering wheel of the truck as the tires would slowly turn, grinding into the dry, dusty dirt and gravel road below. On my first go command attempt, I drove right toward the ditch on the side of the road, but my dad could override my controls of the wheel if we veered too far off course, and he stopped us before we went off the road. After a few zigzag patterns between the ditches on each side of the road, I found that maintaining a little speed made the wheel much easier to turn, and the whole task was much less daunting with a little experience. Communicating effectively with my dad, I eventually felt like I was the captain of a pirate ship, barking out orders at the helm of the giant wheel with a course set for home. My first day driving the Suburban is a very fond memory for me, partly because my dad was there, but also because I feel he may have had more fun than I did. After our maiden voyage, I began asking my dad if I could drive home whenever the opportunity presented itself. Developing a plan for a life event, like finding a nursing home or retirement community for you or a loved one, requires care that's similar to learning how to drive or learning a new skill or traveling to an unfamiliar destination. You have to start somewhere, and talking through the what if you or a loved one needs care scenarios is a great place to begin. The thoughts and discussions surrounding care planning can be intimidating, daunting, and painful, yet ripping off the Band-Aid and communicating with loved ones about the subject of care is well worth any short-term discomfort, in my opinion. Throughout my career, I've found that most of the people who own long-term care insurance policies have lived through the experience of a loved one who needed care, or they work in a care facility themselves and saw the benefits that insurance provided. When reality hits. Bruce Miller, my dad, was more than just my driving instructor. He was my hero, best friend, business partner, role model, lifelong teacher, and the best dad a son could ask for. He grew up in Sandwich, Illinois, where he worked on a farm. Some of the childhood memories that he shared with my family were his love for animals and showing cattle through the 4-H program at the Sandwich Community Fair. Every year, the fair was the event of the summer for the small farming community. His biological father, John Miller, was a race car driver and fighter pilot in World War II and died when my father was a very young child. My parents thought that my sister and I inherited some of our fearlessness from John. This definitely transferred over to my competitive snowboarding days, as I faced various challenges and fears on top of many mountains, always considering the risk involved with my next move. Dorothy, my grandmother on my dad's side, remarried Oliver Carlson. Bruce and Oliver embraced each other as father and son, and I knew Oliver as my grandfather. My dad was particularly proud to be the president of his high school class. He loved being outdoors, hunting and fishing, and spending time outside with family and friends. And while he was in college, he raised and sold cattle while studying zoology. I got to travel many places throughout the years with my dad. Some of his favorite places in the world to fish with friends and family were Lake Powell, Utah, Ketchikan, Alaska, Canoe Lake, Saskatchewan, and Lake of the Woods, Ontario. My dad's love for being with friends and family led him to become highly respected in the financial services industry. His dedication and work ethic, a gift both my sister and I have embodied, allowed him to help other families set up financial success during their retirement and for future generations. He used this gift to help inspire his clients to spend their retirement connecting with family and friends and living their lives to the fullest. Along the way, my father created an amazing business that grew into Peak One Financial, where he considered his clients, team, and coworkers to be members of the family. When my dad was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, my family and I had to face new, harsh realities and have emotional conversations I would never wish upon anyone. Having the uncomfortable conversations. My dad was a very brave man, a physically strong man, a generous man, a kind and gentle soul, a cancer survivor, and at the end of his life experienced the challenges of cognitive impairment. After my dad had been diagnosed with Alzheimer's, my dad, Bruce, Mom, Jeannie, sister Kelly, and I gathered for a family meeting on Easter weekend of 2018, when my dad's mental health issues were most noticeable in his abstract reasoning. My dad did his best to participate in family discussions regarding what was most important to him during the early hours of that morning. On that Easter weekend, my dad expressed that he valued family, helping people, and the companionship and unconditional love of his beloved pug dog, Roxy. The following is a synopsis of his thoughts and experiences in his final year. He was proud of his talents in the areas of mathematics, financial planning, and people skills, and he was dedicated to using his gifts to positively impact friends, clients, family, and community. Before entering the financial services industry, he worked at a utility company for 30 years, where he expanded his roles as leader and protector by making sure homes in Summit County and across Colorado had sufficient heat during the coldest winters. Besides live sporting events, movies were his next favorite type of entertainment. Classic westerns were his preferred genre. When my dad was healthy, we discussed and planned for events, including nursing home care, critical illness, and incapacity. With his farming background and love for the adventurous cowboy and pioneer lifestyle, my dad's wishes in the event he needed nursing home care were what I call the cowboy plan or old yeller plan, which is basically a put-me-out-of-my-misery mindset, similar to the gut-wrenching decision of putting down a beloved family pet. In my experience, these types of put-out-to-pasture plans are easier said than done. Although my dad had life insurance policies that more than covered the monetary cost of his end-of-life care, looking back, I wish we would have gone over more specifics and discussed additional care options for my dad early on. Instead, we faced painful decisions when he was diagnosed. It's hard to imagine all of the scenarios and ways you or a loved one will need care. While we couldn't have planned entirely for what would happen if my dad was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, talking it through when everyone is healthy may prevent having to make heavy decisions on your own or having your family make them. Unexpected detours. Adjusting your plan along the way. My parents purchased their first home in Silverthorne in 1974, and would later snowbird to Florida and Nevada, and ended up buying property in Surprise, Arizona in 2014. It was in their second home in Arizona where my mom became my dad's primary caregiver for the year and a half he required care during his rapid decline. I flew from Denver to Arizona to help my parents with their annual spring pilgrimage from the desert to the mountains. My mother drove her minivan with their dog Roxy to keep her company, while I drove my dad in his truck towing his pontoon boat. We'd felt it was no longer safe for my dad to drive. Some of the hardest non-medical decisions my mom and sister and I had to make were taking his car keys away, turning off his cell phone, and closing his email account. We felt these were once his biggest freedoms. Care planning is a kind thing to do for your loved ones. My dad really enjoyed classic cars and singing along with the oldies station, preferring hits from the 60s and 70s, and satellite radio provided the soundtrack of his favorite songs during our 2-day drive. At the time, we didn't realize this would be our final road trip together. Reading, writing, and other forms of his ability to communicate faded with each passing moment. Although he became frustrated when he struggled to form sentences and eventually lost the ability to have a conversation, he was still able to sing all of the words to John Denver's "Take Me Home, Country Roads" during that last trip from Arizona to Colorado. Back in Colorado, my parents' house was only about 1.5 miles from my house, so as my dad's health declined, I moved in with my parents to help with care provider duties. My mom and I were able to handle his care for a few months, but we eventually needed additional help. My sister Kelly lived about 1.5 hours away in Denver, and she would provide respite care for my mom and me. She would come to visit as often as she could. When the care became too much for us to handle on our own, we leaned heavily on friends and additional family members. Our small team of care providers was enough for a couple of months, but eventually we needed even more help in the form of professional home care providers. As Alzheimer's patients' brain cells deteriorate, symptoms can include disorientation, confusion, memory loss, and behavior changes. My dad was no exception. Eventually, bodily functions that many people take for granted, such as speaking, swallowing, walking, breathing, and sleeping, can become more difficult, and my dad experienced all of the above. For the last 1.5 months of my dad's life, he received magnificent care from professional providers 24 hours a day in a nursing home, and his vocabulary was almost entirely limited to 3 words: "I love you." My dad was an avid Denver Broncos football and Colorado Rockies baseball fan. In all his days at the memory care facility, he donned a Broncos hat and watched every Rockies game he could. The memory care staff told me he was the only patient who had ever hung out in their office of the nursing home. He loved the energy of the office work environment right up to the end. My mom remained his primary caregiver during his times in the nursing home and throughout their 47-year marriage, and every day my dad was in the nursing home, my mom would visit him accompanied by the sweet soul Roxy, who would sit on his lap and hang by his side. Alzheimer's is a long goodbye. The length of that long goodbye for my dad was a year and a half. During that time, we heavily reflected on our spirituality, the thoughts of infinite oneness, creation, energy, and balance. Experts in the long-term care field told me Alzheimer's is tragic for everyone involved. My sister and I discovered that the best medicine and treatment for my dad's deteriorating health situation was love. In his final moments, he was surrounded by loved ones holding his hands, including Jeannie, Kelly, and me. I am thankful that we all got to be with him and say our final I love yous. Although his voice was gone in his final moments, my dad was miraculously, silently mouthing one word repeatedly. Love. My beloved dad, Bruce Miller, passed on June 18, 2019, at 12:24 a.m. I know that one of my dad's missions in life was to be the best dad that he could be, and I am thankful that he always seemed to be there when I needed him. Even after he passed, he still showed up unexpectedly for me and my family. One of our family traditions every Christmas was that my dad would read a page from my grandfather's Bible. After he passed, we found notes from my dad in this family heirloom Bible. We couldn't help but get emotional finding these, knowing he will always be with us no matter what, living on in our memories. Here is a sample of what his notes contained. Tom, Jeannie, and Kelly, I love you all forever, but I am gone to another place where I can meet my ancestors. A poem that I like. You can shed tears that he is gone, or you can smile because he lived. You can close your eyes and pray that he will come back, or you can open your eyes and see all that he has left. Your heart can be empty because you can't see him, or you can be full of the love that you shared. You can turn your back on tomorrow and live yesterday, or you can be happy for tomorrow because of yesterday. You can remember him and only that he is gone, or you can cherish his memory and let it live on. You can cry and close your mind, be empty and turn your back, or you can do what he would want. Smile, open your eyes, love, and go on. Grief is hard, especially when you lose someone so close to you. I know it may not be easy, but planning in advance and knowing your long-term care options can ensure your family is well cared for and looked after in case anything unexpected happens. Long-term and nursing home care may not be the easiest or most glamorous conversation to have, but just like you need to plan ahead for retirement, creating a long-term care plan is critical for you and your family's well-being. No retirement plan is complete without planning for long-term care and end-of-life expenses. Long-term care options. Medicare versus Medicaid. Long-term care insurance, Medicare, Medicaid, and life insurance can each play an important role in planning your retirement. Late in her life, my grandmother Dorothy was diagnosed with leukemia. Part of her battle with cancer included nearly a month in the hospital's intensive care unit. Imagine the medical bill on 24-hour-per-day care for that length of time at the intensive care unit at a hospital. My grandmother's medical bills were very large, but fortunately she had Medicare as health insurance as well as the best supplemental coverage that was available, which covered her out-of-pocket expenses for her hospital stay to make them affordable. When my dad turned 65, he became eligible for and signed up for Medicare. He ended up having shoulder and back surgery a few months after switching to Medicare. Each surgery cost roughly $50,000, but in addition to his Medicare coverage, my dad also had the best supplemental insurance available at the time, and the surgery costs were fully covered. Beware that there are parts of Medicare that you may still have to pay premiums for. Be sure you understand what your policy sets for your maximum out-of-pocket expenses with your coverage. Medicaid is different from Medicare. To help you remember the difference between Medicaid and Medicare, think of it this way. Medicaid is basically financial aid, a welfare-type program, if you will. Medicare is healthcare coverage. Important health questions to ask yourself. When my grandfather Oliver was elderly and near the end of his life, my grandmother Dorothy did her best to care for him at home. My grandparents set up a hospital-type bed in their living room, and my grandmother quickly discovered that providing care for my grandfather was very difficult on both of them in many ways. My grandmother was not strong enough to pick up my grandfather and carry him. It was hard enough for her just to help him sit up and get in and out of bed. Questions surrounding your plan should address the following. If you are elderly, will you be able to lift a loved one in and out of bed or the shower on your own? Usually, it takes 3 or more people to move one person who needs care. Would you agree that the older you get and the longer you live, the more likely you are to need some sort of care? What if you or a loved one gets hurt, sick, disabled, too elderly and frail, develops a mental condition, or needs care for whatever reason? If you or someone you love needs care, what will be the impact on the person who ends up providing care for the loved one? Will you or a loved one be forced to juggle your time, career, or money to be able to provide care? How much will care cost monetarily? How much does a nursing home cost? How will you pay those costs? How much will care cost emotionally? How much will care cost physically by taking a toll on your body? If you or a loved one needs care, what is your plan? If your plan is that your kids will take care of you, make sure your kids know that's your plan. Be nice to your kids because they will choose your nursing home. If your plan is for the doctors on a cruise ship or all-inclusive resort to take care of you, make sure the doctors know that is your plan. I've heard many people opt out of long-term care and tell me they'll go on a cruise when they're sick to get discounted care. Yes, this is actually some people's plan to save money on nursing home costs. If your plan is the cowboy plan that I mentioned previously in this lesson, to have someone take you out in the backyard and put you out to pasture, who will actually be willing to help you with that task? Do the current laws and regulations apply for any parties involved with the cowboy plan? If your plan is to sell your home to pay for a nursing home, how long will it take to sell your home? Will housing prices in your area be up or down when you need to sell your home? Would having these types of discussions now, instead of when the event is happening, be helpful? I think it's an obvious yes. Again, my main question remains, what is your plan? Because if you have no plan in place, where do the money, time, and resources usually come from to pay for care? You may be forced to pull principal from savings and retirement accounts that you are relying on for income to pay for care. Medicare did not pay for my grandfather's care because his condition was not improving. Even if his condition had been improving, per Medicare rules, they would have only helped cover costs for the first 100 days of his care. Getting a plan in place before you need care is crucial. It's best to get a plan for long-term care when you're in good health. Remember, generally, the younger you are, the lower your long-term care insurance premiums are, so weighing your options now is the best time to start. The best time to enact a plan and possibly an insurance policy is today. The role of life insurance. There are various reasons you may consider life insurance before you retire. Some of these reasons include ensuring your children can pay for higher education, replacing future income or pension for dependents, paying off debt such as a mortgage, car payments, and tax bills, having peace of mind, building tax-deferred savings, diversifying investments, offering key employee coverage, bonus incentives, and benefits, buying out business partners, high-risk employment, high-risk lifestyle, and final expenses. There are many uses for life insurance, but here are some ideas for life insurance to consider in your retirement years. Life insurance can provide financial assistance if someone passes away earlier than expected. You might use life insurance money to pay off debt. If you and your spouse are both working, making the mortgage payment may be more difficult if one spouse dies and the other is left trying to pay the mortgage payment on his or her own. You might use a life insurance policy to replace Social Security income or pension income if one spouse dies. You might use life insurance if you are half owner in your own business for someone to be able to pay for your half of the business. You might take out a life insurance policy on your partner to help replace your business partner's income or to buy out your partner's share of the business from your partner's beneficiary or from another person who wants to buy your partner's half of the business. You might use life insurance to strategically transfer wealth to your beneficiaries to help cover estate taxes, commonly called a death tax, or simply to transfer your assets in the most tax-efficient manner. You might use life insurance to cover end-of-life expenses. You might use life insurance to leave an inheritance. You might use life insurance to make a large donation to church or charity. You might use life insurance to provide cash in an emergency. I often review life insurance policies with my clients to help them determine if they are carrying too much or too little coverage. When you're trying to figure out how much life insurance you need, here is a rule of thumb. Have roughly $1 million in coverage for every $50,000 per year of income you wish to replace. These ballpark figures vary depending on current interest rates. The higher the interest rates, the lower your coverage can be, while the low interest rates require more coverage to be able to replace income. Life insurance could be a way to help with finances if a family member passes away unexpectedly. What would happen to you financially if a loved one died unexpectedly? What would happen to your loved ones financially if you died unexpectedly? When it comes to life insurance, there are two main types of policies. The first main kind is term insurance, which generally has much lower premiums than the second kind, whole life insurance, and that's because term insurance only covers you for a certain term, as in 10, 15, or 20 years. If you had a 10-year term policy, you would pay premiums for 10 years, and at the end of 10 years, you may have no more insurance, depending on the policy. You might be able to take out another 10-year term policy at that time, but now you are 10 years older, and the premiums for a new policy are often more expensive because the premiums are based on your age when you take out the policy. The second main kind of life insurance is called whole life. Whole life policies generally have higher premiums than term life insurance and simply cover you for your whole life. A term insurance policy is similar to renting coverage, while a whole life policy is more like owning coverage. There are many variations of riders, extra bells and whistles, that can be added to both of these two main types of life insurance. There are also policies that are a hybrid of savings, life insurance, and long-term care. A good advisor should be able to help you with your investment recommendations as well as your insurance coverage recommendations. My firm helps our clients develop plans so that their investment strategy works alongside their insurance coverage. Summary. Talk about your plans for the future now. There are many options to consider, including long-term care insurance, Medicare, Medicaid, and life insurance, term and whole life, and hybrid plans. Lesson 14. Telling your story to future generations. Your guide to legacy planning. Legacy planning is not just for the super wealthy. Everyone has a story to tell, and you should think about the legacy you would like to leave behind. What is your story? My legacy includes helping and educating people on financial topics. By reading this book, you are part of my legacy. My desire is that future generations will benefit from what I'm sharing. This book contains some of my favorite values, wisdom, thoughts, lessons, and stories of my friends and family, and I am proud to have it be part of my legacy. Like in Lesson 2 that covered creating traditions, making sure your legacy plan and keepsakes are in a place where your family and friends know where to find them is important. Leaving a legacy does not have to mean leaving a pile of money or a collection of sports trophies, running foundations, building pyramids, building statues, or building an entire library wing at an Ivy League school. Sometimes all it takes is communicating with future generations. Think about your fondest memories and fun times you've spent with friends and loved ones. Do thoughts of their bank accounts and financial statements come to mind? Most likely not. Legacy versus estate planning. Your favorite memories that do not include bank accounts, deeds, titles to vehicles, and financial statements are part of your legacy planning. Wealthy or poor, legacy planning focuses on non-material inheritances. It goes beyond giving your money to your beneficiaries. Estate planning includes your property, bank accounts, and financial statements. Most estate planning is done in the form of end-of-life documents, such as wills and trusts, that deal with real estate, stocks, bonds, mutual funds, annuities, vehicles, land, family heirlooms, and collections. I'll talk more about estate planning in the next lesson, so stay tuned. Legacy planning requires thinking through a variety of questions. What do you want your children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren to know about you? Will your great-grandchildren know what you stood for? Do you know the names of your great-grandparents and what was important to them? What accomplishments are you most proud of in your life? If you are proud of your grandchildren, do they understand why you are proud of them? Will your great-grandchildren know what makes you proud of your children and grandchildren? If giving to charity is a part of your legacy, what does the charitable organization do, and why does it matter to you? If you've achieved financial independence, how can your beneficiaries do the same? If you have a family business that is multi-generational, do you want the business to continue when you're gone? What do you still have left on your bucket list? You will still have items on your to-do list when you pass away, so don't stress over the small things. Prioritize your time, energy, and resources on your own things to do before you die bucket list to build your legacy. You might want to build your legacy so that multiple generations of your beneficiaries are prepared to receive their inheritance. You might want to build your legacy so that future generations can benefit from your knowledge and wisdom. Think of something you can give to someone to make them a better person, or something you can give to an organization that's important to you. Legacy planning is about influencing your beneficiaries to use their inheritance not as a slush fund account, but as a tool and resource to help support what is most important to you and your family according to your moral compass. You can spend endless amounts of time and resources creating the perfect estate plan that distributes assets quickly and as painlessly as possible and mitigates tax burdens, but you still need to let your heirs know and prepare for what they'll receive in the form of assets and lessons to preserve your life's work. Ensuring your heirs make the best use of their inheritance. To ensure your heirs use their inheritance in alignment with your legacy planning, you could require that they consult with 3 different financial advisory firms. Your beneficiaries would then at least listen to what the advisors have to say before the money arrives. Remember, you are the same person before and after you receive an inheritance. You have the same strengths and weaknesses. An unexpected large sum of money tends to amplify your characteristics for better or worse. Thankfully, you can turn your weaknesses into your strengths with discipline over time. If you are wise with your money, you will likely continue to be wise with your money. If you squander your money, though, you will likely continue to squander it. You can educate yourself to make wise financial decisions. The same applies to your beneficiaries. Encourage your children to open and contribute to investment accounts to develop their own saving process and investment strategy. What dollar amount of inheritance do you think could damage a young beneficiary? Is it possible that any young adults or kids could receive an inheritance from you? If your answer is yes, how much of an inheritance? Your legacy plan deals with things that can last much longer than a bank account balance and therefore can have a significant impact on your beneficiaries, such as your values, principles, spiritual faith, emotions, hopes, dreams, thoughts, memories, relationships, love, opportunities, knowledge, stories, and legends. In other words, the things that matter more than money. Broncos Nation. A legacy lives on. After moving from Minneapolis, Minnesota to Littleton, Colorado, my grandpa Jay and some family friends purchased season tickets to the Denver Broncos professional football team. I'm currently part of the 3rd generation of season ticket holders to the Denver Broncos. I've enjoyed friendships and traditions of watching football games together with the same family friends my grandfather originally purchased season tickets with years ago. Although the Minnesota accent has faded in my family over the years, my family members still use some of the vocabulary associated with the years spent in the upper Midwest. Grandpa Jay was fond of the word oofda, sometimes also spelled hoofda, oofda, oofda, ufda, ufda, oofda, oofda, or oofda, a multi-dimensional word with many meanings. Similar to the story of cultures having multiple root words for snow, oofda can be used as an alternative to many common obscenities. In a financial world filled with colorful terminology including acronyms like IRA, SEP, CPA, IRS, FINRA, and SIMPLE, jargon like equity, spread, derivatives, and yield, and homonyms like coupon, hedge, future, tombstone, and syndicate, many overwhelmed investors' frustrations can be expressed and summed up by verbally striking out at high volume with the homonym term oofda. The memories of my grandfather and friends attending and participating in sporting events are a legacy I plan to continue to cherish and be a part of for years to come. You may have implemented a retirement income and investment strategy that provides you with the income you need for the rest of your life. And you may have completed your estate plan with your will and trust that provide instructions on how to distribute your assets in a tax-efficient manner. But remember to also create a written legacy plan to pass along your values. The possibilities of legacy planning are endless. Begin your legacy plan by at least documenting your story and what you'd like to leave behind. For example, I intend my legacy to be that of a world-class business professional, snowboarder, pinball player, philanthropist, author, teacher, and filmmaker. I wish to be remembered as an inspiration and pioneer for future generations of entrepreneurs. I am thankful that I have a wonderful family, clients, blood relatives, and friends included, that loves me as I love them, and I hope that others enjoy life's adventures as much as my family and I have. Summary. Take the time to write down what's most important to you, then share this information with future generations by writing out your story or documenting it with photos or videos. Prepare your beneficiaries to receive an inheritance from you. Practice tradition to build long-lasting memories. Take action to leave the legacy you would be proud of. Lesson 15. Estate Planning. Legal documents such as wills, trusts, and powers of attorney all fall under the large umbrella of estate planning. Estate planning allows you to express what you want your money to do after you pass away. This lesson introduces you to the most important concepts when it comes to general estate planning. The next lesson provides more details on trusts. What do you want your money to do if you can no longer manage your responsibilities due to illness or health issues, or if you suddenly pass away? Do you want the things you own to go to your family if you are no longer alive? Or would you rather they go somewhere else? When you pass away, your beneficiaries can be your family and loved ones, your friends, your favorite charity or church, or the IRS, Internal Revenue Service. Part of estate planning is determining what happens if there is a death or disability in your family. People can buy a life insurance policy that gets paid to the next generation, along with adding a rule to the estate planning regarding using life insurance payout to fund future life insurance policies. This technique can help build wealth for each preceding generation in a family. If you knew when you were going to die, you could go to an attorney's office a few days before and prepare some important documents to help minimize taxes and legal fees. It would also help ensure things you own pass on through your own bloodline instead of just by marriage. If you knew when you would get sick or need some sort of care, then you could prepare another set of important documents just before that time comes. But obviously, you don't know with 100% accuracy when an event like this may take place. The process of pre-planning before you get sick, become disabled, or die is called estate planning. What's covered in estate planning? What makes up your estate? What is not considered your estate? Basically, anything you own is part of your estate. If you have clothes on your back, you have an estate. Things your beneficiaries are entitled to after you die, such as a life insurance payout, are also part of your estate. You should document your wishes and answer questions for your loved ones. Here are some important questions to consider in your estate planning. What are your wishes when you pass? Who inherits your house, your car, your bank account, and your investments? When and how do the things you own get to your beneficiaries, and who is in charge of carrying out your instructions? Part of estate planning is allowing yourself to make decisions about the future of your family and assets. It's also a way to maintain your values instead of allowing those decisions to be predetermined by town, city, county, state, or federal laws. If you haven't created your own estate plan, the law will do it for you. And with the potentially slow pace at which the government operates in these matters, if your estate has to go through probate and the court system, this can take considerable time and fees. And don't forget emotional distress that your heirs may face. Planning out an inheritance. You've likely heard of family members fighting over inheritance. I know I sure have, so making plans to minimize or prevent fights between your beneficiaries should be one of the goals of estate planning. In a difficult time, when a loved one passes away, if everything is organized into an estate plan, it can make the process a little easier on those left behind. You may wish to protect the inheritance that your beneficiaries will receive from any personal issues that they may have, such as substance abuse problems, gambling addictions, or other special needs. Would you rather see your life's work go to a church, your family pet, your favorite charity, or someone who's not in your immediate family by default because they're married to someone in your family? A goal of estate planning can be to protect your loved ones against legal issues, evil spouses, or dangerous addictions. Special care also needs to be taken into consideration in the case of a loved one with mental or physical disabilities. Another goal of estate planning could be to ensure that there is something left for your grandchildren. Creating your plan to have your financial house in order. How do you make sure your plan is carried out? How do you save money on the death tax? How do you prevent the IRS or nursing home from taking too much of what you have earned over your lifetime before your beneficiaries get what is left over? The answer, besides various forms of insurance, is creating documents such as wills, trusts, and powers of attorney. Estate planning can be broken down into 3 main scenarios. Number 1. You're alive and well and have total control over your finances, medical decisions, and assets, and you are of sound mind. This is the stage you absolutely want to document your intentions and your wishes if you die or become unwell. Number 2. You are no longer in control of your finances, medical decisions, or assets because some event has left you incapacitated. This could be due to a mental or physical disability, or because you are unconscious, have a stroke, or are in a coma but are still alive. Number 3. You are no longer alive. Your will kicks in when you die. It does not kick in while you are alive, as a living trust can do, as in scenarios 1 or 2. Probate. What to consider. A will is a document where you explain in detail your intentions of what you would like to happen when you pass away. In your will, you can list who gets your house, car, jewelry, or money, and you can also assign a guardian to minor children or grandchildren. Your will is read by the court in a process called probate. Are you in charge at court during probate, or is the judge in charge of following the laws that are in place at the time? If there is no documentation, the answer is that the judge must follow the legal system and make decisions on a case-by-case basis. Besides, you are dead and likely not physically in the courtroom. Does everything you own go through probate? The answer is no. Having a trust can be one of the ways to help avoid probate. Your will does go through probate and informs the court of your intentions. An account you own jointly goes directly to the person you have joint ownership with. If you own property in multiple states, your assets go through probate in all of the states in which you own property, unless you have a trust that does what? Yes, you got it. Avoids probate. Your assets are frozen during the probate process, meaning that beneficiaries are waiting to receive their inheritance until the probate case is closed. Probate typically lasts anywhere from 6 months to 2 years, but it can go on for decades. This is why a trust can help you possibly avoid probate and therefore shorten the waiting period for beneficiaries by keeping your beneficiaries out of a potentially long probate process. If you have a will and your will says, "Everything I own goes to my kids 50-50, are you done writing your will and done with the estate planning process? Probably not. Having a will that lists out where your assets will go and updating it frequently is crucial, frequently being every few years or in the event of any major life change such as a birth or death in your family, or a marriage or divorce. You've probably heard the cases of A-list celebrities like Prince, Michael Jackson, Bob Marley, and Aretha Franklin, who all died without a will and left their families fighting in court for years. Although you may not have that celebrity status, you probably don't want your loved ones to have added stress. Selecting a legal guardian of your choice for minor children. When my dad was in high school, his friend Bob lost both of his parents at the same time. The courts assigned Bob's aunt and uncle as his legal guardians because they were the closest living relatives. The courts did not realize that Bob's mother and Bob's aunt hated each other with a passion. When Bob turned 18, his aunt and uncle's job as guardian was legally complete, so they left Bob to provide for himself. Before they abandoned Bob, they wiped out all the bank and investment accounts and took all the equity they could out of Bob's house that was previously paid for free and clear by his parents. They left Bob with no money and a huge mortgage debt when he was fresh out of high school. This is one example of why who you assign guardianship to is an important consideration, and the parameters you place on your money and the control guardians might have. With more planning, Bob might have been assigned a more responsible, loving guardian, and probably would have had money when he turned 18. Choose who will fulfill your wishes. You can and should name the person who will settle your estate to be responsible for carrying out your wishes. Usually, a family member is left in charge, but you can also name an institution like a trust department of a bank, an attorney, or a financial institution. What happens when someone challenges your will when you are not alive? If your will says that, when you die, Jen gets your car, which Jen or Jenny or Jennifer did you intend to leave your car to? What if someone shows up at court claiming you owed him or her money? The person you left in charge needs to be able to prove to the probate judge whether or not you paid your debts. Your last will and testament may say everything you own goes to your kids 50-50, but when you opened your IRA, Roth, or 401k, you only had one child at the time, and therefore only listed that child as the beneficiary on the investment account. Do your kids split those accounts 50-50 like it says in your will? The answer is no, unless you have updated your beneficiary designations on your investment accounts. Contacting your investment companies to double-check your beneficiary designations is an important thing to do to make sure your money is distributed according to your wishes. Updating your beneficiary designations can be as simple as submitting documentation to the company that you own accounts or insurance policies with. Designating beneficiaries. Beneficiary designations are contracts that can override, supersede, or trump your will. The person listed as your beneficiary of your IRA owns your IRA when you die, regardless of what is written in your will. You can also have more than one beneficiary listed on your accounts and give them each a set percentage. The same goes for life insurance. The beneficiary of your life insurance policy gets that payout, regardless of what is written in your will. Imagine your surprise and excitement if a large check arrives in the mail made payable to you from someone who told you they never wanted to see you again. Your ex-spouse, perhaps. This can happen if your ex-spouse never got around to updating his or her paperwork after your divorce. If you have a life insurance policy with your ex-spouse listed as beneficiary, and your will says everything goes to your 2 kids 50-50, your ex-spouse gets the payout from your life insurance. It's not split between your kids. Remember to review and update the beneficiaries of your investment accounts and life insurance policies and what you own, especially your house, in case of any big life event including a name change, change of residence, marriage, death in the family, or birth of a child. Here are a few questions to guide your selection of beneficiaries. If your will says everything you own will be divided equally between your children, will you be rewarding failure and punishing success? Is one child needy and the other very successful? Is one child too young to legally inherit what you wish to leave him or her? If you have your own business or practice as a licensed professional, is your beneficiary also a licensed professional who can legally fill your shoes and inherit your business or practice? Is it at all possible to somehow equalize your children's inheritance during your lifetime? If you own 2 properties and you leave one property to one child and the other to your second child, is one property worth more than the other? Could one property be worth way more than the other someday, causing an unequal inheritance in the future? If you've created your will in one state and moved to another state, do you need to change your will? Likely yes, because laws can vary from state to state. If you're planning to leave unequal amounts to your kids, can you have the discussions with your kids now to gauge their reactions so that you can make adjustments if needed? If your spouse needs to access your money for some reason, can your spouse get your money out of your account just because they are married to you? With certain types of accounts, the answer is no. If the account in question is a joint account, then yes, but there is no such thing as a joint IRA, because an IRA has to be in an individual's name. There is also no such thing as a joint 401k. Does just being married to someone allow you to make all financial decisions or all healthcare decisions for your spouse? The answer is no. Documents called power of attorney are required to legally allow important decisions to be made by someone unable to make decisions for themselves. Does one person in your family generally handle the finances and investments while another person handles the medical decisions? Who can make financial decisions for you if you are unable to speak for yourself? Selecting a durable power of attorney. A document, sometimes called a durable financial power of attorney, is a document that allows someone to share in financial decisions for you if you are unable or unwilling to do so yourself. A durable power of attorney will allow you to make financial decisions for your spouse. Usually, the people assigned to take over these types of decisions are listed as family members, and they are often your kids. If your spouse or child calls to ask for money out of your IRA account, the IRA company can say, "We can only send money at the request of the owner of the account. Can you send us proof of your financial power of attorney documents?" In a durable financial power of attorney, you can name the person you want to make decisions on your behalf. Then you can say how much power that person has and when he or she can use that power. For example, if you decide to go on vacation and stay for an extra year, your child can make financial decisions to pay your bills. Or you can say, "Only if I am incapacitated and unable to speak for myself may power be assigned to someone else for my financial decisions." You might assign restricted power if you are alive and well. For example, you might assign the power for someone to pay your bills if you are hospitalized, but not just because you have a head cold. That power might expand if you are not alive and well. For example, you might assign the power to sell your house. It's important to choose someone you trust with that kind of power. Your choice should be a responsible adult, so perhaps not your old drinking buddy who has a gambling problem. The person whom you choose to make medical decisions for you may or may not be the same person you want to make financial decisions for you. In my family, we have healthcare professionals we call on for health-related questions and decisions, and we have financial professionals we call on for finance-related questions and decisions. Healthcare proxies. A healthcare proxy is a document that allows someone to share medical decisions for you if you cannot do so yourself. Sometimes called an Advanced Medical Directive or Durable Healthcare Power of Attorney, the document allows you to name someone who can help make medical decisions for you along with the doctors. The doctor's job is to keep you alive. My dad was jogging down the sidewalk early one morning and was hit by a drunk driver, leaving my dad unconscious in the parking lot. My dad survived, but he was injured. If you get a call from the doctor that says, "Your spouse is in the hospital and we have decided to amputate the arm," you may not have any say in the matter unless you have the medical directive. You might want to ask for a second opinion before having to make a decision like that. Major medical decisions are important conversations to have as part of your long-term care and end-of-life care plans. Funeral planning. Burial instructions are instructions for what you want your services to be like. For example, my dad's burial instructions read, "I would like to be cremated and buried next to my dad in the Leland, Illinois cemetery." Here are some questions to guide the difficult conversation of funeral planning. Do you want a religious ceremony? Do you want to be cremated? What do you want to happen with your ashes? Do you want to be buried in a particular location? Do you want pyramids, statues, and fountains built in your honor, or would you rather remain as private and low-key as possible? Do you want your headstone to read, "To be continued"? Do you want music at your service, or a specific song? Are there certain people you do not want at your funeral? Would you like graphics of skis or a snowboard on your headstone? Answers to these questions provide instructions for your loved ones so they do not have to guess what you would have wanted. Make sure you have this written down somewhere your loved ones will find it, or tell them your wishes before they have to make these decisions on their own, so they don't have to guess. I encourage you to share the location of such documentation with your loved ones. Summary. The best time to create your estate plan is when you're alive and well, so your assets don't have to go through the court in probate, which can take 6 months to a year and sometimes longer. Make sure you take the time to plan your estate in advance, including creating a will, who your beneficiaries will be, and selecting your healthcare proxy and a power of attorney who can fulfill your wishes. Always update your will and beneficiaries in case of a life event, including a birth of a child, move, divorce, or death. Let your family know your wishes for your funeral so they can plan a service you've envisioned. Lesson 16. The Power of Trusts. Simply put, a will says who gets what when you pass away, while a trust says who gets what after you are no longer alive and at the same time provides specific instruction regarding any strings you have decided to attach. Trusts, which are more specific than a simple will, specify not only who inherits your money and property, but also under what conditions they inherit them. There are 2 common types of trusts: revocable and irrevocable. Revocable trusts are usually designed to have much more flexibility than irrevocable trusts. The power to revoke means the power to undo something. In this case, you can undo or change your trust, meaning that you can change your mind or get rid of your trust at any time. If you put your house and your money into a revocable living trust, you can access those assets and take your house out or take your money out because your house and your money are still yours. If your house or money is in an irrevocable trust, your house and money are no longer yours. In a revocable living trust, you could buy or sell your house and invest or spend your money. You retain total control of the things you own. Revocable trusts are not used for asset protection because the IRS views your house and your money as still yours. Creditors, bankruptcy courts, and nursing homes can access your house and money just like you can, and that's because the assets are still yours under a revocable living trust. Irrevocable trusts are often used for asset protection, meaning you may need to consider one if you have a lot of money and assets to protect yourself from lawsuits or other matters. Make sure you have your tax professional communicate with your estate planning attorney to decide which route is best for you. If your house and money are in an irrevocable trust, you could still give them to your children or charity, but you can no longer give them back to yourself. Legally giving something away means it is no longer yours. In an irrevocable trust, the saying goes, "If you don't own it, they can't take it." You may hear irrevocable trust referred to as an asset protection trust. Which is better for you, a revocable trust or an irrevocable trust? That depends on what you are trying to accomplish and your goals with your assets. You could also have one of each if you really wanted to get fancy. For example, you may make charitable contributions into an irrevocable trust, while other assets you want to remain in control over while you're alive could go into a revocable trust. Protecting your assets when you pass. Another purpose of having a trust could be for you to have a little more control over your assets from the grave. A trustee or successor trustee is the person or institution you name who will represent your actions and be your eyes and ears from the grave. In a trust, you could indicate that your kids eventually split your money 50-50, but they cannot tap into the principal until they reach age 65, and if they are not nice to you while you're still alive, then it becomes age 75. In a trust, you could specify whether or not your child gets your money right away. You could say that for every dollar your child earns at a job, he or she gets $1 of his or her inheritance. Or you could say that anyone who argues about the inheritance receives a total of $1. The possibilities of what you write in your trust are nearly endless. Remember to revisit your trust every few years or less to assess who is getting what and update accordingly. A revocable trust is where you typically give instructions to protect children from poor spending decisions. You have lots of options that typically include assigning someone else to be in charge of your money, holding back principal for a certain number of years, or giving your children only the income from the investments but not the principal. You don't have to be a millionaire to have a trust. You should talk to an estate planner about what having one would mean for you and your family, especially if you create something of value like art or music that could become very valuable after you pass. An example would be a trust where your kids get 20% right up front if they are age 21 or older. Of the 80% that is left over, your kids get half at age 30 and receive the remaining half at 40. The idea is that they get a little up front while they are young and will likely blow the money. Then they have to wait a number of years before they get more. They have even more time to wait to get the rest, and hopefully by that time they are a little wiser when they get access to all of what is left over. A revocable trust usually has the goals of avoiding probate, having the laws assign guardianship over family members, allowing you to keep the things you own in your bloodline instead of passing it on by marriage, saving money on the death tax, and protecting children and grandchildren from divorce, lawsuits, and creditors. On the other end of the scale, with an irrevocable trust, you give up ownership rights of the property in the trust, and in most cases, the trust cannot be changed or destroyed except by a court order. Before creating an irrevocable trust, weigh all of your options with your financial planner, tax attorney, and lawyer. There is no changing your mind about giving away your assets in the irrevocable trust. Your choices are gone after you make the decision. Reasons to consider an irrevocable trust. An irrevocable trust is often used for the goal of sheltering assets from nursing homes, Medicaid, or creditors, or protecting your family members from themselves. Because people try to give everything they own to their family members so they are not taken by nursing home expenses, laws are created that say the nursing homes or Medicaid can look back to see if you have tried to pull a fast one within the last 5 years. As you can imagine, people have tried every trick in the book in an attempt to hide the things they own. You usually have to prove your financial history for the last 5 years. You need to prove that you did not give away assets during that time. Of course, the look-back rule could change to 10 years or longer at any time. A gift is considered anything that is less than fair market value, so you can't get away with selling your house to your kids for $1. Nice try. Irrevocable and revocable can have different outcomes when it comes to asset protection laws and tax laws. Irrevocable has its own tax ID because it is its own entity. You don't give up total control with an irrevocable trust because you can still change your mind about the person you name as the person in charge of the trust after you pass away. And you can still pull earnings from the assets in your irrevocable trust during your lifetime. You can also still change or update the payouts to your beneficiaries in your irrevocable trust, but an irrevocable trust is like divorcing yourself from your money or assets. While you are still alive, you can have a revocable living trust that automatically converts to an irrevocable trust when you die. If you have children or grandchildren with special needs, you can set up a special needs trust. A special needs trust allows your children or grandchildren to still qualify for the government aid they may receive instead of having to spend their inheritance and then qualify for the government aid program. Something in writing is usually better than nothing in writing when it comes to estate planning documents. Summary. There are 2 main kinds of trusts, revocable and irrevocable. A revocable trust usually has the goal of avoiding probate, having the courts assign guardianship over family members, allowing you to keep the things you own in your bloodline instead of passing them on by marriage, saving money on the death tax, and protecting children and grandchildren from divorce, lawsuits, and creditors. Irrevocable trusts are often used for asset protection, meaning you may need to consider one if you make a lot of money to protect yourself from lawsuits or other matters. Always weigh your options and talk with a tax attorney, lawyer, and so on before considering a revocable or irrevocable trust. Lesson 17. Finding a Trusted Advisor. Your broke friend might be a blast to hang out with, but not the best person to seek investment advice from. Your rich friend might be a better investment mentor than your broke friend, but I still encourage you to seek a trained professional. The length of time a person has been a licensed financial services professional will give you at least some indication of their honesty and consistency of character, as well as the value of their advice. Unfortunately, there's no way to be certain that you are speaking with a good or bad person in the financial services industry. Good people can become bad, bad people can become good. Same goes for good investment advice versus bad investment advice. Luckily, there are ways to gain insights on the experience and credibility of those you might seek out for financial advisory services. One great research tool called Broker Check will help you find out if the person you are seeking advice from has been tested, qualified, and licensed to provide investment advice. To help you select an appropriately licensed and/or registered financial services and insurance services professional who is currently affiliated with a properly registered broker or dealer, use the Broker Check feature currently found at the Financial Industry Regulatory Authority, or FINRA, website at brokercheck.finra.org. FINRA is a regulatory authority that oversees, reviews, and regulates investment representatives. FINRA is an independent company that is authorized by the federal government and is also a nonprofit. The mission of FINRA is to protect investors by regulating brokers and brokerage firms and monitoring trading on U.S. stock markets. If someone is not on this website, they aren't currently licensed, so do your due diligence before investing your hard-earned money. Before I could release this book, I was required to submit it to FINRA for review. Congress authorizes FINRA to protect America's investors by making sure that the broker-dealer industry operates fairly and honestly. How Big Don selected his financial professional. Because I've lived in a small mountain town most of my life, it's nearly impossible for me to go to the grocery store in my hometown without running into someone I know. One day at the grocery store, I ran into Big Don. I am not sure why Big Don is called that, but I can tell you that he is a large human. Big Don is fairly tall and fairly muscular. Not fat, just big and stocky like a lineman on a football team. Like John Wayne toilet paper, Big Don is rough, tough, and ain't taking crap from nobody. Big Don: "Hey, Tom, how you been?" Me: "I've been well, Don. In fact, I have been unbelievable. And you?" The word unbelievable is a bit of an inside joke at my work. You see, things could be unbelievably good or unbelievably bad, but either way, they can be unbelievable. Big Don: "Why unbelievable?" Me: "Things are going unbelievably well for me in general, but especially well at work," I tell him. Big Don: "What do you do again?" Me: "I am a registered representative." Big Don: "What the heck does that mean? You filled out a registration form at some office somewhere?" Me: "It means I am licensed to help people decide what to invest in." Big Don: "What you got that's good to invest in, Mr. Investment Professional?" Me: "Plenty of great investments right now. Let's see." Big Don: "What should I invest in?" Me: "I have no idea." Big Don: "What do you mean you have no idea? What kind of investment picker are you? Give me some hot stock tips. Should I buy some oil? Or how about some gold or Bitcoin?" Me: "I don't know yet, Don. I am not a stock jockey. I generally leave stock-picking decisions to the best in the business. I am a planner and strategist. Oil and gold or Bitcoin might be appropriate for you to invest in, but before I can make a recommendation of any kind, I need to understand details about you, such as your current financial situation, your cash flow situation, your risk tolerance, and the amount of time you expect you can leave your money in the investment. Then I can compare and contrast investments to find what is most suitable for you. I help my clients by gathering the right information to make the right decisions with their investments as part of an entire planning process. Big Don: "I am making plenty of money at work these days, and I got money to invest. My finances and cash flow are fine. Now that you know, what do I invest in?" Me: "Well, you asked about Bitcoin, oil, and gold, so we can start there." I began telling him what I think about each investment in general, but Big Don interrupted me and asked, "How much do you charge?" Me: "Right now, I charge $0 as an hourly rate for consultation." I charge my clients $0 and 0% to help them manage their investment and create strategies. Big Don: You gotta be making money somehow. If you ain't gonna charge me nothing, how you gonna pay for those groceries I see in your cart? If you don't charge for your advice, it must not be worth anything. Me: You remember Peter, the automobile broker who used to live down the street from my folks? Big Don: Oh yeah, I know Peter. In fact, I bought my last pickup from him. Me: How much did Peter charge you when he helped you buy that pickup truck? Big Don: Peter don't charge nothing 'cause Peter got paid from Ford. We looked at Dodge trucks and Toyota trucks and Chevy trucks, and I ended up buying a Ford, so Ford paid him. Me: I get paid in a similar way. Instead of commission from the car companies, I get commissions from the investment companies. Whatever investment company I help you set up an account with pays me a commission when you make an investment. Big Don: Well, you would just recommend some company that pays you the most. Me: I find that sometimes the investment companies that pay me the most have the worst type of return on investment for my investors. They pay sales staff big commissions to attract advisors to sell them. They might pay me a big percentage, but then they pay my clients a small percentage. I make enough money, and I enjoy seeing my clients be successful too. Thankfully, I'm in a position to work out of love rather than necessity. I select investments that sometimes pay me a smaller percentage than most companies because I believe that the investment can pay my clients a better percentage. Besides, regulators make sure that I act in the best interest of my clients. Even if the regulators didn't make me act in the best interest of my clients, I'd still act in their best interest because it's the correct and honorable and moral thing to do for someone who trusts me to help them select investments. The payment to me depends on the investment company or insurance company. But, for example, if I set up an account for you at a mutual fund company and you invest, say, $1,000, that company typically pays me 1% of $1,000 from the investment companies. In other words, $10. Then, each year, the investment company continues to pay me a percentage of your account value. Again, my payment comes from the investment company. If your investment account grows from $1,000 to $2,000, the investment company pays me $20. On the other hand, if your $1,000 investment loses money and your account value goes to $500, the investment company would pay me $5. Big Don: If I make money or lose money, you get paid one way or the other? Me: That's correct, Don, but at the same time, I want to grow your account so I can get paid more. You would rather have your $1,000 investment grow to $2,000 instead of becoming only $500, and I would rather get paid $20 instead of $5 for making you money instead of losing it. I have a built-in incentive. Big Don: You got some skin in the game. Me: I guess you could say that, Don. I didn't enter this profession to charge clients fees. I want to help them figure out how to make money and make their money work for them. Furthermore, you could seek an advisor who can charge you fees for their advice, sometimes called a CFP, or Certified Financial Planner, an RIA, or Registered Investment Advisor, or fee-based or fee-only advisor. Big Don: Nah, I'd rather talk to you and avoid those fees. Besides, I don't want to have to talk fast because I am getting charged by the minute. Me: Sometimes paying for advice is worth it. Sometimes it's not. I think you have to ask yourself what your advisor is doing for you to earn whatever they are charging you. Big Don: I understand. Thanks, Tom. Me: My pleasure, Don. Have a good day. Big Don: You too, Tom. I included this conversation to remind you to ask your advisor how they get paid, what their fees are, how they select investments, and how they may differ from their competitors. Summary: Investment companies and insurance companies pay commissions to investment professionals, but any professional worth their salt will put their clients' interests above the commission amounts at each investment. Both the client and advisor will increase their chances to win in the long run when they choose the appropriate investments, regardless of commission. Do your research on what kind of advisor or planner is right for you, and ask them about their fees so it's clear in advance. Make sure you interview your potential advisor and jive with their personality before you simply hand them your money. Think of it like you're dating someone and building an intimate relationship. You should also ask for references because you want to make sure you trust the person you are working with to handle your money. Lesson 18. 21 questions to discuss with your investment professional. Investing can be complicated, but investment strategy planning doesn't have to be. To help you achieve your retirement objectives and simplify things, I've provided a list of questions in this lesson for you to answer before speaking with an investment consultant. When it's time for you to build your retirement strategy, you want to consider the questions in this lesson because these questions are designed and intended to help you and your investment professional develop a personalized financial strategy so that you can achieve your financial goals as electively and efficiently as possible. Before speaking with an investment professional for advice regarding your retirement, be sure to complete or at least think about these basic questions. Number 1. What are your main investment goals? Example: saving for a house, providing an inheritance for kids or grandkids, growing your account value to spend in the future, retirement income, travel, etc. Number 2. At what age do you wish to retire? Number 3. What are your biggest concerns for your retirement? Number 4. How much money do you have in current investments? Number 5. What do you like or dislike about your current investments or advisor or situation? Number 6. What are your passive sources of income? Examples: rental property, Social Security, dividends, pension, royalties, etc. Number 7. How much debt do you have? Number 8. At what age does your advisor plan to retire? Number 9. How much money do you think you'll have at the time you retire? Number 10. How much money do you want to have by the time you retire? Number 11. What expenses do you have that will decrease or go away in retirement? Number 12. What additional expenses could surface in retirement? Number 13. What dollar amount do you want your accounts never to go below? Number 14. What do you believe is a good rate of return? Number 15. What do you believe is a reasonable and unreasonable investment fee to pay? Number 16. What do you believe is a reasonable and unreasonable advisory fee to pay? Number 17. What amount of your money are you willing to risk in the next stock market downturn? Number 18. Have you researched tax-advantaged investment options? Number 19. How often do you expect or prefer your advisor to communicate with you on updates or changes to your accounts? Number 20. Have you considered the advantages of making after-tax contributions to your retirement accounts if you are no longer eligible to make pre-tax contributions due to income restrictions? Number 21. Does your strategy account for things like fluctuations in the market and economy, rising income, rising taxes, and the chance you could live longer than you expect? Next, research income sources you may have by contacting old employers and seeing if you are entitled to a pension. Also, contact Social Security to see if you'll receive a check and how much your estimated checks will be in the future. Finally, calculate your net worth and cash flow to share with your advisor, as discussed in Lesson 6. Congratulations! You've consumed the information that I wish I would have learned when I was in my 20s and still on the competitive snowboard circuit. You've now begun your journey to help yourself build the retirement you desire and get your financial house in order. I sincerely wish to bring positive results to you and improve your financial life. Now you need to find an investment professional to help guide your retirement process. Peak One Financial is the name of the firm that my dad and I co-founded in 2013, and our firm delivers the following personalized services to clients and their families. Investment and asset management. Identify long-term investment strategies best suited for your goals, including mutual funds, annuities, stocks, bonds, real estate investment trusts, private equity, and more. Financial planning. After we understand your financial situation and values, our advisors customize a plan to help you achieve your vision. Retirement strategies. Develop and manage retirement income plans to secure your future, including individual retirement accounts and employer savings plans such as IRAs and 401k plans. Educational planning. Create a plan to save for the future by identifying the most effective and tax-efficient way to help pay for future education cost. Estate planning. Preserve the lifestyle you have built for your family through multi-generational wealth protection and growth. Life insurance. Cover your family's financial future if something were to happen to you. Long-term care insurance. Cover the healthcare services that can deplete your savings if a health condition or disability affects you or a loved one. This can include nursing home, assisted living, and home-based care expenses. Retirement educational material. Teach retirement planning classes and investment strategy courses in person and virtually for colleges and universities. Continuing education and lecture sessions. Teach the most up-to-date opportunities in the areas of retirement planning, investing, insurance, Social Security, tax planning, Medicare, wills, and trusts. Workbooks and textbooks. Provide helpful resource materials containing the basics of creating your personal vision of your retirement goals, inflation history and calculators, cash flow and net worth worksheets, family emergency checklists, in-depth explanations of the most common types of retirement savings accounts, and documents to organize your financial house. One-on-one consultations. Run analysis of your financial situation, discover your risk tolerance and goals, and develop a custom strategy. Review your life insurance policies, long-term care plan, estate documents, and discuss your current investments. Retirement plan details. Discuss your customized strategy, retirement income projections, results of the analysis reports of your current investment portfolio. Provide specific recommendations to help you achieve your goals in the most effective and efficient ways possible. Follow-up question and answer meetings. Answer follow-up questions after you have had a chance to review our recommendations. Paperwork assistance. Prepare and assist you with completing any paperwork necessary to implement your strategy. Checkups. Ensure your finances are on the right track, your cash flow is comfortable, you're alert to any danger or changes that have the potential to derail your strategy, provide you with continuing education, make adjustments if your plans or goals change by meeting with you one-on-one either in person, on the phone, or virtually. It's possible that our firm will no longer be accepting new clients by the time you read this, but you are welcome to reach out to our firm if you need help. We'll do our best to make sure you're taken care of. PeakOneFinancial.com 877-695-9742. Summary. Think through the questions listed in this lesson and write out your answers. Research your income sources, calculate your net worth and cash flow, and select a professional to help you build your retirement strategy. Bonus lessons. My story plus philosophies and strategies I like. Since you'll probably find a lot of Tom Millers when Googling, I've written this bonus chapter to tell you my story, how I became successful, and my love for helping others prepare for retirement. This collection of short anecdotes contains themes of finding the discipline, strategy, consistency, balance, honor, and endurance. These themes are important for building and maintaining great financial health. What I share gives you a glimpse into my life lessons and the influential factors that shaped my hobbies and career. But I'd also encourage you to reflect on how these themes show up in your own life. That could shape how you pursue your own retirement plans. Stick to what you're good at and let a professional handle the rest. First, I want to know, what are you most inspired by? Is there a particular field of work, subject, or hobby you enjoy most? Would you consider yourself an expert in that area, or would you simply say you know more than most about the subject matter? You're probably some level of an expert in your favorite field of your choice, and you're probably very smart when it comes to what you get paid to do and the hobbies you love if you do them often. You might be a great farmer, car mechanic, nurse, electrician, banker, cyclist, fisherman, basketball player. You get where I'm going with this. My guess is there is something or many things you do well. Have you ever read a prospectus from an investment company that provides in-depth details about a particular investment? I'm guessing probably not unless you're an investment or banking professional, or unless you want to fall asleep quickly. Have you ever read an instruction manual that provides in-depth details and schematics and rule sets about a particular pinball machine? Also unlikely unless you're an avid pinball player like me and are interested in that kind of thing. Okay, how about this? Have you ever read the instruction manual for your vehicle that provides in-depth details about a particular make and model and how to operate everything on the car? You've probably looked at a few pages of it if you're the average person, then left it in your glove box until something goes wrong. Even if these documents are printed in English or your native language, can you read a prospectus and effectively make an investment decision, get the new high score on the pinball machine, or repair your vehicle yourself? That's up for debate. Because of my love for investing and my enthusiasm for educating and helping others invest, I can read through a prospectus and understand a lot about an investment. It's easy for me to read because I know the lingo and have been doing it for so long. In my younger years, I played in many pinball tournaments too. I can read through the pinball machine rule sheet and understand more about the game because I love the sport. I believe you can as well if you really wanted to. Where there's a will, there is a way. You get what you pay for. Words of wisdom from my uncle, a dentist by trade. Cheap dentistry is the most expensive kind. If I need dental work or have a question about my teeth, I go to my uncle, who has been a dentist his entire career and is a man I know, love, and trust. This is a direct quote from a seasoned dentist, but it can apply to almost any field. Are you going to grow or raise all of your own food, or make your own car, or fly your own airplane? If so, great. Are you attempting to build your own airplane while you fly it? You may be an expert in the fields of agriculture and aviation, but if you are like me, you delegate some jobs to others who are experts in their fields. I would guess that you enjoy doing some activities and dislike doing other activities. I am like my parents in that I have enjoyed teaching and coaching. I've enjoyed studying business and entrepreneurship. My other interests and hobbies, where I consider myself to be somewhat successful, include film production, snowboarding, and competitive pinball. Could I have become a knee surgeon? Maybe. But even if I could, I don't have a burning desire to pursue a career as a surgeon at this point in my life. When I blew my knee out snowboarding, I had a doctor in Vail, Colorado, perform ACL and bone reconstruction surgery. I knew he worked on Olympic and professional athletes on a regular basis, and they trusted him to be able to continue their careers. I wanted to work with the best person I could find, because these were my knees we were talking about. And even if I was a knee surgeon, I couldn't perform the surgery on myself. You always have to weigh your costs. I could have chosen a less experienced knee surgeon and spent a lot less money. But you have to decide whether a cheaper route is worth the value in the long run. My knee surgeon told me he would sometimes complete multiple knee surgeries in one day. He was not only experienced and had plenty of practice, but I also knew I could trust him because of his track record. And sure enough, my surgery went great. If you don't consider yourself an expert in the realms of economics, finance, and investing, then delegate that area of your life to an expert. Alternatively, you can take the time to fill the gaps where you lack that knowledge, wisdom, and experience so that you can focus on serving humanity in the profession you love. Just like I talked about in Lesson 16 about finding the right advisor for you, it makes sense to do your research and make sure that the advisor understands your scenario and that you trust them for any serious matter in your life. Competitive pinball stories. As a child growing up in the 1980s, I loved to play pinball and arcade games. In my 20s, my friend Jeff got me into playing pinball on a routine basis, and ultimately I ended up in competitive pinball. Playing pinball is like juggling, playing chess, solving math problems, and playing a video game all at the same time. When you are playing, the ball will eventually drain, and gravity will once again be victorious. Jeff discovered an article in GQ magazine and another article in Sports Illustrated that mentioned World Championship pinball tournaments. The articles highlighted the 5-time world pinball champion at the time, a legend by the name of Rick Steada. At the first major pinball tournament we qualified for, the pinball wizard himself was a competitor. We were totally starstruck, and, of course, Rick Steada kicked our butts in the pinball competition that was held in 1999. To be competitive on the pinball tournament circuit, we knew we needed more training. We began to increase our skills by reading books and watching videos on the topics of pinball competition. As part of our training, we studied the complex rule sets of individual pinball machines. We also consulted the world's top pinball professionals that had proven their results by winning the most prestigious pinball tournaments on the professional circuit. We entered as many competitive pinball events as we could find in our local area, and joined a pinball league that met for weekly competitions. Meeting every Thursday night for Pinball League included a 200-mile round-trip drive navigating the infamously traitorous Colorado Interstate I-70 corridor during winter driving conditions. We used camcorders to record our matches and analyzed the footage to learn from our mistakes, view the machines from different perspectives, and gain a greater understanding of what was working to produce higher and higher scores and why. We researched and developed and tested endless strategies to improve our scores. The strategies we found that provided the best results included discovering the safest way to score on each unique pinball machine. After years of dedicated pinball competition training and research, one of the biggest events Jeff ever played was in 2008 at the California Extreme Pinball Tournament in San Jose, California. Yes, this is actually a thing and one of the biggest events in pinball. This event is like the pro football playoffs or an Olympic qualifier. It's a big deal to play there, with a prize purse and pinball competition ranking points on the line. Again, we were in awe of our pinball hero Rick Stetta as we watched him qualify for the tournament with impressive scores. After a heated battle, Jeff ended up in the finals against none other than, guess who? The master himself. Jeff ended up winning the match against his pinball idol and winning the entire main event. What an experience! Jeff had perfected his skills and strived to be the best, beating out one of the biggest legends in the game. It was a memory we will never forget. Back to the basics on the slopes. In elementary school, we had a winter activity program where if your grades were good, you could choose to go skiing or ice skating for a day during the week. Skiing was the most popular activity, so the teachers divided us up into several ability groups. The top group was composed of advanced skiers, the bottom group of beginners. My friends and I were in the advanced group because we had all been skiing on nearly a daily basis since we were 2 years old. Then my family and I moved away from the mountains for a year because of an opportunity my dad had through his employer. After moving back to my hometown and not skiing for a year, and now at the ripe old age of 8, I was rusty. To top it off, I was moved down into the lowest ski group in the winter activity program at school, and I could no longer ski with my friends. My friends were still in the advanced group and were now far better skiers than I was. "Ha ha, Tommy Miller is in the beginner's ski group," they'd say. You know how kids are. In my adulthood, I realized that their ridicule was a motivational blessing in disguise for improving my skills. To ski with my friends again, I had to learn how to be a better skier quickly. When I explained my situation, my ski instructor said, "Turn your weaknesses into your strengths." We then trained in the areas where I was lacking skill. Just like you should find a guide or coach when you need extra guidance, it's a good idea to find a professional who can help you reach your goals in any specific area of your life. Earn your turns. In elementary school, we had the Masterly Learning program that said you needed to get an average of 75% on your test of any subject to pass. "Dad, I want to ski more and get better at skiing, and all I need in this class is 75% to pass," I said. "Do you want to be average or better than average?" my dad asked me. "Better than average," I replied. In those days, Keystone Resort was open until 10 for night skiing. If I got all my homework done after school, my father would take me night skiing. Becoming a better skier while getting good grades required discipline, strategy, endurance, and hard work, but I found that it was fun. Eventually, I was able to rejoin my friends in the highly prestigious and exclusive elementary school advanced skiers group. Sometimes you have to work longer hours or take on another job or spend less just to have some extra money to save and invest. As my mother often said, the faster you get started, the sooner you will benefit from the results. And I have found this to be true. Making the switch from recreational skiing to competitive snowboarding. I stopped skiing and started snowboarding when I was in middle school. I had been skiing for so many years that when I saw snowboarding for the first time, it was something new and exciting to master. Fast forward to the year 1999, when I was 22 years old and a senior in college. I qualified for and was competing in the U.S. Amateur Snowboarding National Championship in Telluride, Colorado. The field of competitors was huge. The organization that hosted the event claimed that with about 770 snowboarders, that 1999 event had the most competitors of any contest in the history of snowboarding. There were 5 disciplines: border cross, giant slalom, slalom, halfpipe, and slopestyle. You had to qualify for each discipline separately, so most snowboarders focused on a single event, or just racing events, or just freestyle events. If you only qualified for 1, 2, 3, or even 4 disciplines, you could perhaps win the racing title or the freestyle title, but not the overall combined title. I qualified for all 5 disciplines that season, so I had a chance at the overall title. I was nowhere near the best at any particular discipline, but I stuck to my strategy of qualifying for every discipline, because then I would have a shot at the overall combined title. In one of the freestyle events, I hit a particular terrain park feature in a very unique way that allowed me to catch more air than any of the other jumps on the course that most of the hundreds of snowboarders were hitting. On that course, I did something that no one else was doing, so I scored some extra points by pioneering the way to use the course feature as a jump rather than its intended use as a small rail slide. My unique approach paid dividends similar to investing. When a unique idea or product comes on the market, it can demand high prices and generate high profits for the manufacturer or service provider. During the COVID-19 pandemic and lockdown in 2020, consumer items such as toilet paper, disinfecting wipes, and webcams were temporarily in short supply with very high demand. Buyers found these goods to have much higher than normal prices at the time and difficulty finding retail outlets that were not already sold out. Sellers of these goods could make a lot of money quickly if they had the inventory to keep up with the flood of demand. When everybody wants to buy some investment, you may want to sell it, and when everybody wants to sell a particular investment, you may want to buy it. By competing in many disciplines at the competition, I had an advantage over the competitors that only focused on one discipline. Competitors like myself that were going for an overall title at the event were in short supply, while there was a high demand of competitors attempting to win the individual freestyle disciplines. The strategy of spotting imbalances in supply and demand and capitalizing on the imbalance is just one example of an investment strategy that can also apply to sporting events. Even though I didn't have a single first-place finish in any one event, I was fast enough on the race courses and landed the best tricks I could do at the time in the freestyle events. Because of that, I proudly became the 1999 U.S. Amateur Snowboarding National Overall Combined Champion. Going Pro. Developing the best strategies. After my success as an amateur snowboarder, I figured I would try my luck at the professional level. I quickly discovered the professional level was entirely different, and my multi-discipline strategy did not work as I had desired. The professional snowboarders were on a much higher level than I even thought possible. I decided to focus on the freestyle side of professional snowboarding, mostly because I enjoyed the freestyle competitions more than the racing competitions. At that time, there were 3 main events on the freestyle tour. Slopestyle, where you would hit multiple jumps and rails and features. Halfpipe, where you would perform your best tricks on the walls of a mostly artificial snow course shaped like the bottom half of a tube. And the Big Air event, where you would hit one big jump. I loved the diversity of slopestyle, and I still entered occasional professional slopestyle events, even though I did not have the arsenal of the variety of tricks most of the other pros did. My strategy was to become a one-trick pony at the Big Air events. It all came right back to discipline, strategy, and endurance. I practiced my best trick all winter until I was comfortable performing it on a variety of jumps. Then I practiced the same trick all summer on Mount Hood, Oregon, until I was very comfortable completing the trick on the biggest jumps that were built at the summer training camps. The next season, my friend Mark and I were invited to and attended a Big Air event in Steamboat Springs, Colorado. Mark has a stocky and strong build, blonde hair, and blue eyes. Think along the lines of Ivan Drago, that tough Russian guy Rocky Balboa faced in the movie Rocky IV, only much shorter. Mark had not been able to snowboard all summer like I had, but he was willing to give the big air competition a shot. It was a professional-level event, but was held at a considerably smaller venue than the big snowboarding events you may have seen on television. Each competitor got 2 attempts to hit the big air jump, and the scores were averaged. I was selected to go before Mark, and for my first jump, I nailed the trick I had been practicing. We'd say I stuck the landing perfectly. Mark's first jump was also a success. We both scored well, but other competitors had slightly higher scores than Mark and I did after their first jump. As a one-trick pony, I was not comfortable performing a more difficult trick for my second jump to attempt to improve my score. I decided to go a little faster to hit the jump for my second attempt. For my second and final jump, I went faster so my hang time in the air was longer, and again I nailed the trick. I stuck the landing a second time, but I'd gone bigger and thus scored a bit higher. At this point, we concluded that in order to win, Mark needed to master his best trick, which was a more technical trick than mine, but something he was certainly capable of doing. And he needed to go bigger. That meant catching more air. The problem was that he had never performed his best, most technical trick during competition. After much discussion and debate between the two of us, Mark told me he was going for it. Mark and I knew what trick he was going to attempt, but no one else did. For Mark's second and final attempt, he hit the jump going faster than anyone had that day. Something went horribly wrong on the takeoff for Mark. The trick was supposed to include a backflip at the height of the jump, so Mark was supposed to be upside down at the high point of his arc through the air, but instead he was completely sideways. To make the situation worse, he had gone so fast that he was clearly going to overshoot the entire landing of the big air jump. I knew when Mark was still in the air that he was going to have a very flat and therefore high-impact landing. The crowd gasped. I thought, "Oh no, this is not good. It's going to seriously hurt to hit the ground from that height." If the stock market is in free fall on any given day, is it a good time to panic? If you are in free fall on a big air jump, is it a good time to panic? Is it ever helpful to panic? Mark knew not to panic. Snowboarding and investing both involve risk. Snowboarding big air jumps involve high levels of risk, but there are ways to reduce risk. Mark and I had both taken many falls, and we were trained how to fall to avoid or reduce injury. If you want to begin snowboarding, take a lesson and learn how to fall properly. Mark has incredible balance and talent and could maneuver like a cat to land on his feet. Very calmly and smoothly, Mark reached down and grabbed his snowboard to stabilize his spin and balance. Mark far overshot the landing of the jump, but incredibly landed the jump despite the huge impact. He stuck the landing cleanly and rode away like it was no big deal. Mark made it look like he did the whole thing 100% on purpose. The crowd erupted in cheers. They could not believe what they had just witnessed. Mark and I were speechless. Even though Mark had executed a less technical trick than he had planned, the spectators and judges saw a unique trick that was completely smooth and looked as intentional as it could be. Mark's jump was by far the biggest air of the day, and thus he ended up winning that big air competition. I was so excited for Mark to have his first ever first-place finish in a professional snowboarding competition. He received the highest score of the day for the secretly botched trick, and he got one of those giant oversized checks at the awards ceremony. The competition had a 3-level podium similar to but smaller and less fancy than those from the Olympic Games. Mark took his place on top of that podium for his snowboarding performance that day. After the ceremony, I asked Mark how in the world he was able to land as flat as he did and still make it look great despite the impact. I told him I would surely have blown out both of my knees. Mark explained that because he could not travel to Mount Hood to snowboard during the summer, he had hit the gym instead and had done lots of squats. Mark's strategy was strength training to land the big tricks, and it worked like a charm. After that experience, I knew I had to train not only harder but also smarter, and I needed to have more than just one trick up my sleeve. I worked on harder, more technical tricks and did more conditioning and endurance training. Under the spotlights on the big stage. Fast forward to the next season. I qualified for the Vans Triple Crown of Snowboarding Big Air Finals in Breckenridge, Colorado. The qualifying rounds took place during the day and the finals at night. My strategy was to do easier tricks during the day to make the finals, then step it up to my best tricks during the finals. After I landed my less technical tricks during the qualifying rounds, the senior editor of the biggest snowboard magazine at the time said to me, "Nice job, Tom. You're writing well." I was honored. I thanked him and thought that with my strategy, I had a good chance of placing well in the event. Then I was standing on the start ramp of the big air jump, ready to go for my most technical tricks, which I felt I could now execute in my sleep. The rules were that you would hit the jump twice. Your lowest score was tossed out, and you kept your best score. It was time for my first jump. I was in my hometown with my friends and family watching. The TV crews were even covering the event. I had my best trick ready, and I made it to the finals. I rode down the long, steep, and fast takeoff of the jump. I felt my speed was perfect, and I knew exactly what trick I was going to do. Once I was in the air, I did my trick better than I had done many times during practice. I came around to spot my landing with perfect body position and technique. I lined up just right with the landing and landed my very best trick. For about a quarter of a second. Next thing I knew, I was upside down, and to my surprise, my head hit the snow. Then my board hit the snow, then my head again. I was cartwheeling head over heels. Even though I'd landed with perfect body position, I'd failed to hit the sweet spot of the landing that was nice and steep. I'd instead landed on a flatter part of the landing, so I bounced upon impact like a stone skipping across the water. If you want to compete at a professional level in the sport of freestyle snowboarding, one of the first things you should learn is how to fall professionally, like the stuntmen of Hollywood, to avoid getting hurt. I got the falling part down. Yep, I've had plenty of practice falling on my snowboard. When you snowboard as much as I did when I was competing, you are going to crash. Injuries are a part of snowboarding, and some people will not snowboard because they are too afraid of injury. It's all about calculated risk. The stock market is likely going to crash again at some point in the future. Some investors are too afraid of a crash. They jump out of the market, or worse, never invest at all because they're afraid of the risks. If you invest in the stock market and have a trusted advisor to lead you through the ups and downs, the rewards will almost always outweigh the risks of any crash. Even though I fell on my first jump in the competition, I thought, no problem. The rules say best of 2 jumps, and I still have 1 jump to go. I hit the jump the second time, performed my best trick better than I ever had before, and once again landed with perfect body position, this time in the sweet spot of the landing. Once again, I skipped upon impact, but this time I did not skip nearly as much, and I was prepared for the skip. Even though I bounced, I did not crash. With the air I caught on the bounce, I was able to do a 180 with my board as kind of a second bonus trick. I was off balance after that first bounce, and I flailed my arms around to regain control. It was not a clean landing at all, so needless to say, I did not win or even place in the top 3 at that contest. I was, of course, a bit disappointed, but I knew I had done my very best, and I felt satisfied that I had landed my best snowboarding trick. Athletic careers can end quickly. Snowboarding careers can be very short. At 25, you can be considered a dinosaur. Injuries cut my competitive snowboarding career shorter than I would have preferred, but as of the writing of this book, I still enjoy snowboarding as a fun hobby. The early career change helped me understand the retirement experience at a young age. Competitive snowboarding and competitive pinball have both taught me so many lessons that apply directly to the world of investing. They've also enabled me to meet and spend time with many amazing and ultra-talented people. The suggestions and techniques we've discussed are designed to enhance, enrich, and elevate your knowledge of the key ingredients needed for your retirement. When the time comes, be sure to enjoy the fruits of your labor. Go forward with confidence and faith in your retirement journey. Sincerely, Tom Miller. This has been Trail Map to Retirement Planning, a snowboarder and skier's guide to investment strategies. Written by Tom Miller, narrated by Jimmy Moreland, and produced by Studio B. Copyright 2022 by Tom Miller. Production copyright by Tom Miller.